Hello and welcome to the most competitive mountain bike stage race in the world, the race that measures all. It is the Absa Cape Epic at 2022 it is, and the 18th edition of the event that has delivered such drama over the years, and this year is no different as we head into stage 5. We're over the halfway mark. Some 422 kilometers have been covered, 9,600 meters of climbing already. There's still plenty of work to be done over the next few days, and we're in for another fantastic day today. Langful and Neil Gardner alongside me once again here. Neil, the race today is a transition race over 115 kilometers today. 3 big climbs. How do you see it unfolding?
Well, it'll unfold pretty quickly because we've already seen some. We're going looking at some of the earlier pictures of the race. We started at 7 o'clock, and it's already heating up. The selections happened already, and the viewers of the race who've been following it over this week have been treated to really one of the closest races we've ever seen in both the men and the women's category.
Yes, the women's category, Annika, has been fascinating because we've seen 3 stage wins for BMC, and yet they are still some way off the general classification, dominated by 91 Songo Specialized again.
Yeah, we saw BMC MTB Racing yesterday having a really good day. They had to pay a little bit for the early efforts later in the stage yesterday, kind of fading a little bit towards the end. And then we saw the 91 Songo Specialized just really on the gas to the very finish line. And it was a very tight, close racing. And we see that BMC are really strong. They were really strong yesterday. We also see this tendency that when they have a really strong day, they have to pay for it a little bit the next day. So we'll see how that all unfolds today.
And we've got 2 days to go after this. So the fatiguing going on in the world's best athletes here, it's starting to take a toll.
Oh yeah, definitely. By now, your whole system is just in damage control mode. It is super hard on the bodies.
And when in a partnership, when one's struggling and one's starting to show those fatigues and the other's strong, that demands some discipline and great teamwork.
Yeah, the importance of a good solid teamwork become even more important right now, because if one is feeling a little bit on the edge, well, it's a big responsibility that the other one has to really make sure, okay, this is a team race, we need to get through this as a team all the way to the finish line. So it's not easy.
It is not easy, that is for sure. The Absa Cape Epic, as I said, is the race that measures all, and it has been a very, very tough week for every single one of the riders. A statement now from the Absa Cape Epic issued yesterday. We are deeply saddened to confirm the death of a race participant at the Cape Epic. During stage 1, a rider required critical care, was attended to by the medical team and airlifted to a nearby hospital where they received further treatment. Despite the best medical efforts, the athlete passed away. We share our greatest sympathies with the family and friends of the rider who will continue to offer them support as they go through this very difficult time. The Absa Cape Epic thanks the medical personnel who provided the rider with continuous medical support and care. We've lost a Cape Epic family member, tragically. Our deepest condolences to the rider's family and friends. All right, stage 4 of the Absa Cape Epic in 2022 was an out and back loop from Elandskloof near Greyton.
Well, they say it's a play day. I don't know how 82 kilometers and 1,700 elevation would be play day, but I think it means better.
I had a bit of unfortunate fall yesterday, so I had to trek along 10 k's with a broken handlebar, no brakes.
Nervous because I know the rain's coming. But otherwise we're halfway, so that's the good news.
absolutely broken. Last time I chose to do a half marathon, I did it by choice and with running shoes on. Today I decided to do a full marathon, so I don't think I ever want to do comrades, and if I do, I'm never wearing cycling shoes for that cuck.
It was actually a bit better for both of us. I crunched a bit in the beginning, but it was a nice and charming little recovery day for what comes ahead.
The Absa Cape Epic has reached the halfway point and the racing has been breathtaking. The podiums have been filled with Olympic, world and national champions, as well as riders that are here for the first time. This 8-day mountain bike stage race traverses the Western Cape of South Africa, taking in some of the best off-road trails in the world. The professional and amateur teams of two all ride the same 681-kilometre course, climbing almost 17,000 metres. Today's stage 4 heads out into the mountains above Genadendal and is a mix of silky smooth free-flowing trails and some incredibly rocky puncture-inducing single track. The crux is the legendary UFO climb at 65 kilometres into the race and the treacherous descent down to the Riviersonderend Valley floor. The riders will cover 82 kilometres and climb 1,650 metres before returning to the finish line in Elandskloof near Greyton. On the start line, the three teams that dominate the Absa Cape Epic so far. Canyon Northway, Martin Stossek and Andreas Seerwald in the yellow leaders jerseys. First-timers Speed Company Racing, Georg Geiger and Lucas Baum. And Toyota 91 Specialized with short-track world champion Chris Blevins and defending champion Matt Beers. They have all claimed a stage win so far. The gun goes and the pro men head out of the Elandskloof race village. There are no easy stages on the Absa Cape Epic, but this stage 4 will be one of the less draining due to the distance and the temperature. The top 3 GC contenders stay together until the 23-kilometre checkpoint. The race heads through Greyton and it's Speed Company Racing, yellow jerseys Canyon Northwave and Toyota 91 Specialized at the head of the pack. Over the next 15 kilometres, Speed Company Racing and Specialized start to push the pace and make almost 40 seconds on Canyon Northwave. Scott's Ram took the win on stage 2, but Lars Forster had a brutal day yesterday and can't keep the pace with teammate Nino Schurter. Halfway into the race, they choose not to go for the win today, and Schurter takes a moment to enjoy the amazing terrain, popping wheelies and throwing tail whips. Speed Company Racing make a move and create a gap after 2 hours on the switchback climbs, but Beers and Blevins don't let them go far and quickly close the door. In doing so, they leave Canyon Northwave 30 seconds back. As they approach the UFO climb, Seerwald and Stossek know they need to be with the leaders or they'll be dropped. It's a dangerous moment for the world's number 1 and 2 marathon riders. They manage to bridge the gap just before the climb and the race momentarily calms. It's a steep 300-metre vertical ascent, but the pace increases. The finish line is just 12 kilometres away. None of the teams make a decisive move on this final significant climb and they drop down the backside at pace. Close to the finish, Matt Beers and Andreas Seerwald end up creating a gap. The final result will not come down to them. It's the second member of the team to cross the line that counts. Beers has the ace in his back pocket. His partner Blevins is the short track world champion. Blevins shows his firepower and leaves them for dust. A well-played stage win for Toyota 91 Specialized. Stossek follows and Team Canyon Northwave claims second place just 2 seconds behind. Edgar and Baum from Speed Company Racing ride a bold race and take third. Seerwald and Stossek from Canyon Northwave in second, and Toyota 91 Specialized, Beers and Blevins take their second win of the Cape Epic. Seerwald and Stossek are able to extend their lead by another 6 seconds to 4 minutes and 46 seconds ahead of Speed Company Racing. On the women's start line, currently in third are BMC with European champion Pauline Ferrand-Prévot and Cape Epic veteran Robin de Groot. Current leaders by 10 minutes are Team 91 Songo Specialized with Hayley Batten and Sofia Gomez-Villafan. The gun goes for stage 4 and the conditions are perfect for a fast race. It's cool and yesterday's wind has abated. At the 25-kilometre mark, Private Client Holdings are again in the mix, along with the African leaders Faces Roller, Simtech ZA and BMC Racing. The course is rocky and rough. The riders need to take care of their equipment. Faces Roller not the first to puncture on this rugged terrain, but it's all part of the game. BMC take the initiative and start to push the pace. Pauline Ferrand-Prévot is on fire today. Her teammate De Groot keeps her wheel, and they are the first women through the 57-kilometre checkpoint. 91 Songo Specialized over 3.5 minutes down. By 64 kilometres, 91 Songo Specialized can't catch BMC Racing, but the lead is melting. Hayley Batten drives the chase with Sofia Gomez-Villafan on her tail. BMC MTB Racing take the win on stage 4 in just over 4 hours. It's their third win of this year's race. Specialized make up some time and cross the line 1 minute and 12 seconds later, followed by Private Client Holdings. Today's podium, Private Client Holdings in third, 91 Songo Specialized in second, and BMC MTB Racing are all smiles taking the stage win. 91 Songo Specialized defends the orange zebra leader's jersey with a lead of 11 minutes and 6 seconds.
Now the traverse across to Stellenbosch and a loop around Stellenbosch before the finish at Val de Vie, the grand finale on Sunday. So 422 kilometres have been done, and look at those last 3 days, each of them over 2,000 metres of climbing. So there's plenty of business to get to for these rider stages 5, 6 and 7 as they make their way towards the end of the 18th edition of the Absa Cape Epic. Today's stage starts at Elandskloof, 2 mountain ranges if you like to get over. The first takes them up the Rusty Gate climb, almost from the start, straight up a very, very steep climb. It is a fairly rideable track, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem in that sense. And then along the Theewaterskloof flatlands on the southern bank of the Western Cape's biggest storage dam, and then into the Franschhoek Pass, which is a tar road climb.
Nice climb as a rider, especially at this point in the race, so late in the entire race. It's nice to have a climb that feels somewhat manageable.
Berg River Dam on some lovely trails on the south bank of the dam, overlooking that dam, and then through Ludus Magnus, the second last water point, Kaalmoor, over Huguenot Pass. Some work to be done at Botmaskop, some lovely trails to finish off with into Kutsenberg in Stellenbosch. That is what lies in store for stage number 5.
And just a little note that there's a last sting in the tail, and there's an unexpectedly hard climb. It's only about 450 meters long, and the surfaces are very loose. You can't really see it very clearly on the profile, but the riders will certainly notice it. And if all is together after that descent, it'll be decided on that little rise there we see with a couple of kilometers to go.
3 big peaks and some fairly flat, fast racing, and the possibility of a good tailwind. The southeast is blowing a bit here in the Western Cape, so that could blow them closer to Stellenbosch at quite a brisk pace. This is how it stands going into stage 5. Seerwold and Stossek at Canyon. Northwave have been rock solid all the way through. They won stage 1. They've defended that yellow jersey since stage 2. Egger and Baum have been the animators of the race. They've got a stage win under their belts, and they've been so aggressive all the way through. Beers and Blevins, well, they have been outstanding. A prologue win, and then stage 4 yesterday with a canny sprint finish. Beers going ahead and Blevins out kicking the rest of them to take the win there. Becking and Diaz 11:40 down. Huber and Schneller, Schurter and Foster. Well, it's been a roller coaster for this pair. Started with disasters, with punctures. They did win stage number 2, but Foster's lights have been flickering quite a lot through this week, and Schurter, his patience been tested, but he's been able to keep him going, and they're in 6th place at the moment. Gesma and Orr, the best of the William Pirelli factory teams, and the best of the South African teams. An outstanding ride by young Peter de Troy and Marco Hubert and Buko Typedev from Wellington. They are 40 minutes down and 9 minutes ahead of their closest rivals, Bontekoning and Detroit. De Berle and Selala are the leaders of the Exaro category at the moment, and they have that fairly nicely in hand over the City Changer light pair, Mtembu and Siyasi, by 54 minutes. Beautiful conditions over the Theewaterskloof Dam. We'll get to that in a while. Hayley Batten and Sofia Gomez-Villafan of 91 Songo Specialized have also chipped away very, very tightly at their lead. 11 minutes. They've been absolutely solid and consistent all the way through. Ferran Prevost, 3-stage wins for she and Robin de Groot, but it's been a real roller coaster for them. Good days on and off, and as a result, in second place after winning the yesterday's stage, bumping Lil and Strauss down to third place. But not much between those two. That could see a change. Luty and Wakefield, they are now in fourth place, 26 minutes down, and Rabia and Prino, a fantastic middle and tail end of the race, on the podium 2 days in a row and in fifth place overall. Right, Theewaterskloof Dam awaits. It's looking beautiful, 75.4% full at the moment, which is great for the Western Cape. Let's get down to the start and hear from some of the riders before the start.
Ariane Luty, Simtek ZA, very much survival yesterday. How do you soldier on today after a day like that?
Yeah, I'm a little bit down, but definitely not out yet, and I just keep giving my best. Look, I consulted a doctor, and I know that I can't hurt myself long term, and that's really what I needed to know. And I just manage my suffering. I've got an amazing teammate and an amazing team behind me that just support me unconditionally, and I think that's what gets me to the finish today.
Obviously, a teammate like that is super important for motivation and on the physical side of things.
Yes, no, it's absolutely crucial. I mean, she's so understanding. I think she's been in the same situation before, so she knows what it's about. And yeah, we have really the absolute perfect teamwork going, and that's really what I need right now.
And tell us a little bit about the route. Rusty Gate, the big climb comes very early. How's the warm-up different this morning to maybe the other days?
Look, I mean, I don't go crazy in the warm-up to burn matches, but you definitely want to have warm legs. I mean, it's going to go out the gates. But for me, it's a little bit different. I just need to nurse it. So I'm not aiming to go full gas from the start. For me, it's about finishing this race and managing my pain. So I just see what I can do. And definitely some warm legs for that start helps.
All the best. We look forward to seeing you out there.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks, Ari. I appreciate it. Peter, earlier in the week we had a chat about your warm-ups, and that day you didn't warm up and you still went off the front. Today's obviously super different because there's a climb very early on. You actually warmed up today?
Yeah, I think the other days we had like 3 minutes just checking the gears and stuff, and today we had 20 minutes on the rollers, so in theory we should have a better day than the other days.
And lots of fireworks off the front early every day. Are you guys expecting that again today?
Yeah, definitely. I think there will be people trying to build a gap on the climb, so we will be ready for it hopefully. And yeah, if we have fireworks, we will fire them as well.
We look forward to seeing you out there. Enjoy it.
Great.
Speed Company Racing. How are the bikes this morning? The rumor around the race village is that you guys do not even have a mechanic with you.
Yeah, the bikes are fine. Yesterday we got a quick service from Fox, so the suspension is running smooth again, and yeah, we're fine.
And we've noticed that you're not running dropper posts. You don't enjoy the dropper post, or what's the strategy behind that?
Maybe we're a bit old school, but we prefer to have a reference point on your thigh. So Georg tried it, I didn't try it yet. Maybe I should spend more time with it, but we're old school in that way, and as far as we're as quick as we are right now, we don't need a dropper post. Maybe Mohoric is setting the new goal post now.
And the route today, climbing early on and then a long climb towards the end, do you think it's going to be different, the racing, than in the past few days?
I don't think so. I mean, for sure in the first climb there will be quite a selection, but the track today is a bit faster, so we are excited for that.
Enjoy it.
Yeah, thank you.
Any strategy today that's different to perhaps in the past days with the early climbs?
No, it's defend, defend, defend. You know, it's the beauty of being in the leader's jersey. You don't have to put in the attacks. You just kind of get to follow. And it'll be interesting to see how everybody's legs are doing. And Haley's really looking forward to that final descent into Stellenbosch. So, yeah, we just want to get there with good legs and just rip that last downhill.
Enjoy the trails out there.
Hey, thank you.
South Africa's oldest town awaits the world's finest mountain bikers at the end of stage 5 of the Absa Cape Epic. This was the start in the shade and shadow of Elandskloof as they stormed away for that 115-kilometer race, and immediately the climb to the top, and it was very clear the yellow jerseys putting themselves in prime position at the start this morning at Elandskloof. They leave Greyton for the final time and head back to the winelands of the Western Cape.
Well, they're about to, you can see they're about to head up that 500-meter ascent. It's 6.5 kilometers long, average of 9%, maxing out at 16%. And as the women leave, they'll have the same profile to cover today, and no doubt who knows, they might have a similar approach to it, but we can be pretty much guaranteed that Speed Company Racing are going to be animating the stage today once again. And let's see exactly how it all unfolds. The women's category, it seems like everything's more or less together. We are missing team BMC Racing from that little group there, but again, we just saw in the corner of the screen on the right-hand side, the Speed Company Racing animating the stage yet again. Super aggressive out of the start gate.
Defend, defend, defend. We heard Sophia Gomez-Villafan say.
Yeah, if you find yourself in the leader's jersey by this point in the race, you can't help but think, okay, after today we only have 2 more stages to go, and how good would it be to keep these jerseys all the way to the end? But then again, we also saw some good fighting spirits within the 91 Sangro Specialized team. They said they want to go strong, but also they were really looking forward to that final descent. So they are not going to be riding maybe all too defensively. We will have to see about that.
Early images of the climb up the Rusty Gate climb, and you've seen cutting between the men and the women there. Speed Company Racing went hard early on, and then pop, Lucas Baum's lights went out for a little bit and he rolled back, and then they came down the other side. And this is the image that we love to see. Nino Schurter at full pace going down the hill. Speed Company Racing, also their Lars Foster, the yellow jerseys there, as well as the Toyota 91 Specialized team.
So it all looked like it came together after the Rusty Gate climb when they got to the descent, but once again they accelerated, but disaster for Lars Foster. He seems to have come down. We haven't had reports exactly what happened on the trail, but clearly a hard fall by judging by the state of his bike, and he'll need to get that resolved as soon as possible. There is a risk during those trail side repairs, but it looks like he's pretty much written off the day. They'll be hunting for stage wins for sure. They are a little bit out of contention for the overall out of the top 3, and clearly this is not their race week, and they'll have to change their plans.
Well, here's the group and the leaders swinging left turn here. They had about 50 seconds on the chase group. This is Speed Company Racing going past alongside the Theewaterskloof Dam. The Toyota 91 Specialized second team on the heels, on the wheels of Buff Megamo there.
Significant point of the race. Buff Megamo were lying 4th overall on GC earlier this morning, and with the huge and high pace and the accelerations early on in the day didn't suit them well at all. They didn't cope with them, and we're back to the women now. And I think had a great day yesterday. Team BMC MTB Racing are not quite on the pace as they were yesterday, with the 2 teams out front, and that is 91 Sangro Specialized, the leaders jersey wearers, and Faces Roller.
Into the water point. Bit of confusion getting the bottles, key here. It's a long day.
And it's important to get through these tech zones, feed zones quite efficiently. And we can see here they're kind of blocking the way a little bit to get the bottles, but nothing that made too big a difference.
Right.
Back to the men's race, and we see again here the Speed Company Racing at the front. Noticeably, we can see here, I think it's on the shoulder of Georg Egger, a little bit of dust, and also on his elbow here, a little bit of blood. Clearly something, they had an issue.
They did have an issue. Now, they were in the lead by about 50 odd seconds, and then at this stage they are chasing. So the word is that there certainly was a fall, that we can see, but they may well have missed a turn and are now chasing back. You can see the group up ahead there. So we'll have to find out at the end of the day what exactly happened there, but they're now in those flatlands, the other side of Theewaterskloof Dam, as they head towards the base of Franschhoek Pass, and the lead group is around about 100 meters ahead of Speed Company Racing, who once again have taken it out. They're ripping this race up, and it's wonderful to see. They brought a new energy here, that's for sure. They're rolling up to the back of the group.
Let's do a quick roll call on that front group, because these are the main protagonists of the stage. And of course, we have a big race for overall. We did see earlier that Buff Megamo were struggling, and of course getting absolutely no help from the backup team of that would be of Toyota 91 Specialized. And just a roll call on there. Canyon Northwave, the yellow jersey wearers, are present and correct, and as are Willia Pirelli with Toyota 91 Specialized lying second overall. DMT Racing, former stage winner and former world champion Tiago Ferreira, and his partner Miguel Munoz Moreno, and Willia 7C Force, that's him and Rebecca. We start again, Rebegliati, and amazing ride from Mbuko Type Dev, Peter Dutoy and Marco Joubert.
Yeah, so some interesting teams in here we haven't seen at this end of the race. The Toyota Specialized players, also that Willia 7C team as well, having a good day and having a go today. Bart Alleman, the Belgian champion, just behind Stosek and Sjövold.
And we can see the yellow jerseys here at the front, controlling the race, controlling the pace. This is a really ideal situation for them, because they have the overview, they know exactly where all the other teams are, they know they have a good comfortable lead, relatively speaking, on overall GC. They also know that the team, the very aggressive team the past few days, the Speed Company Racing, they are still with them. So far so good. It's an ideal situation for Canyon Northwave, this one.
Absolutely, they are doing the perfect yellow jersey roll here, just marking and making sure that all their closest rivals, and their closest rivals 4 minutes and 48 seconds back, Speed Company Racing. Toyota 91 Specialized 6:50, so there's plenty between those two teams to be gained. 4 minutes and 48 today, with a road climb to come, and then a fairly flat undulating drag through towards Helshoek, and the final climb up Botmaskop. It's difficult to see that sort of time being made up through any other manner other than a major mechanical issue at some stage. And even now we've seen Speed Company Racing with a fall and perhaps a deviation from the route, and unintended missing a turn, and they're back at the sharp end again.
But remember that all this effort they have made on the stage until this point has cost them a lot of energy. I mean, they've been riding brilliantly. We've seen energy and power and eager like no other year. It's amazing to see a team like this just coming out to this race and saying, okay, let's go, and they're really going for it. But today, well, at this point, and we also don't know if Georg Egger will find himself in a little bit of pain after that fall. We can see he's covered in dirt on one side, and his elbow on the other side has a little bit of blood. So he's it's probably been, well, yeah, you still, even though you don't feel it in the race, sometimes it can affect your ability to go to your limits in the same way as if you hadn't had those issues and falls. So we will see how much firepower. I think by now, maybe they're happy to be in this group and just recover for a little bit.
And crashes are very much part of the race, and testing the limits and riding on the edge, and just always looking for signs on the riders when they have crashed, just to see. First of all, we can possibly see that it was quite a high-speed crash with certainly dirt on the back, and again we have another issue. That's Rabensteiner, who looks like he's had some issues.
And Moreno.
That was a Moreno, yes.
Yeah.
Seems that they've had a bit of a coming together. Sometimes a touch of wheels in a group like that, and they'll need to just take, when you have a crash, the important thing is to take stock of exactly what's happened physically, and of course the bike.
And now we have some pictures where we can actually see the soil, the dirt, the surface that they're riding on, and we can see here they're going into this patch of very loose sand. And it is so easy to deviate from your line when you go from hard packed surface into a big area of soft sand, because all of a sudden you see your wheels and the bike just kind of sliding a little bit more to the side. So I guess that's the issue that caused that was the reason for this fall here.
And of course his partner Thiago Pereira, former marathon world champion and former stage winner in 2016 at the Absa Cape Epic, not having quite the same week as he had in 2016. But no doubt, if he's in the main group, and if they get back into the main group, and they have the firepower at the end of the stage, they'll be looking to get on that podium once again.
There they go now. Ravensteiner jumped on his bike in a flash, and he looks as though he's just about made contact again with the lead group there, and Bart Alleman, who was right at the front of that group, which was being led at that stage by Peter de Toy of Mbuko Type Dev, the Absa African jersey leaders, and Ferreira just waiting for Moreno to get to him now, hand on his shoulder saying, how are you going? And making sure he's all right. Yeah, it is quite easy. You know, you check yourself, you jump on your bike, and you forget to actually check what damage might have been done to your bike, and then head off and realize there's an issue. It seems to be okay. Now there's a good pace going at the front of the women's race here, with Faces Roller hitching on to the 91 Songo Specialized team of Sofia Gomez-Villafan, and at the back here, Hayley Batten.
To keep a consistent pace will serve 91 Songo Specialized, especially when that group is really thinning out, and it's all about just removing as many rivals as you can from the mix. You see that BMC MTB Racing had a great day yesterday, and at that time check at the 38-kilometer mark, and we've got them almost at 3 minutes back with Private Client Holdings, kind of a no man's land there, and really most likely during the stage in these undulations that we're going to see before Franschhoek Pass, that Private Client Holdings and BMC MTB Racing will collaborate. They'll join up most likely and be able to try and make some inroads into this leading group. Faces Roller, 91 Songo Specialized. Team Simtech ZA, we heard from Ariane Luti earlier on in the stage, not having her best week at the Absa Cape Epic. Highly successful campaigner with a 3 times winner in the women's category. They are well over 5 minutes back.
Key there was Faces Roller. They're looking to regain second place. BMC MTB at the moment are just over 4 minutes ahead of them on general classification. So they are trying to regain that position and see if BMC MTB do slip further back, and over 4 minutes back they will be this on the virtual standings. Now we're on to the Franschhoek Pass, the long tar road climb up and over the mountain that'll drop them back into the winelands. So all together, the men's group here. I can see Alleman is there, so at the back of the group. So I think Ravensteiner is just doing his little assessment of the damage done from that crash. I don't think too much damage.
No, and this is a nice climb. As a rider, you truly enjoy, because the surface, the African surface, the terrain is so hard on your body, on your equipment and everything. And if you for a brief moment get a climb like this, where you can, it's still hard because you need to ride uphill, but the surface is just a little bit less demanding. And as a rider, I can tell you kind of you enjoy this a little bit. But also on the other hand, I mean, this is a good point in the race for a team to try to go in the attack, because you might catch your competitors a little bit on the back foot. We'll see, but also if you wanted to make an attack here, it takes quite an effort to get away, because it's a little bit more faster rolling this climb than the normal climbs in this race. So yeah, let's see what happens if someone is eager to go on an attack, or it will all come down to the very last climb of this race today.
Well, having a look at the Strava times going up this section of the climb, the fastest time, in fact, it's around about 18 minutes or so, going all the way to the top, and it was set by World Tour rider Stefan de Bod, interestingly. But it's unlikely that those kind of times will be reached, firstly on mountain bikes, on heavier mountain bikes with much wider tires and higher rolling resistance, but also the dynamics of the race look like it's more or less neutralized. There is a fairly steady pace being set clearly by the Canyon Northwave team, because of course they are looking back down the trail. They know that Buff Megamo are having a bad day, and although Buff Megamo have an 11-minute and 39-second deficit, it's always good for Canyon Northwave to distance their rivals, as we have here as well. We have Faces Roller just collaborating with the pace at the front. 2 teams, and in the CM.com women category, Hayley Batten and Sofia Villafana very much in charge of the race, and showing maturity way beyond their years and way beyond their experience at the Absa Cape Epic. And just collaborating very well with the all South African pair. They've had a great week, and in fact their week looks even better. And we've seen so many shifts on the overall GC board, and not many shifts with the leaders. And Team 91 Songo Specialized have really held a commanding position in those orange jerseys, but the second, third and fourth spots have been shifting around significantly. And Faces Roller just are showing the consistency that's necessary to perform at this race. You see the BMC MTB Racing, they've had a good day, a bad day, a good day, a bad day. So it's pretty clear that that Faces Roller's consistency are paying off, and we can expect another great stage. They did win a stage earlier in the week, and due to their canny tactics, they were very well positioned in the final, in the finale, as they were reaching the race village. And of course, just that positioning was all important, but the leaders overall were content just to sit back and let the South Africans sprint it out. Of course, we're talking about the stage 3. That was the loop and grate in the 101 kilometer day, when the South Africans got to the front on the descent and were well positioned for that sprint. And going into Stellenbosch, they'll also be keeping an eye on that finale, that little sting in the tail, that 450 meter climb on loose surfaces. They will know all about that, and they will already have a plan for it.
Tell you what, one of the most gratifying things to see, apart from the riding here, is the level of the Theewaterskloof Dam in the background. I think, Anneke, you might have remembered riding through here about 2017, when it was at its absolute lowest, around about 12%, and the Western Cape was in the grips of a very, very serious drought. It now sits at 75%, some really good rains over the last couple of years, and this is the dam that feeds, well, it contains around 42% of all the west of Cape Town's storage water. There's a tunnel that pumps underneath the mountains here all the way through to Cape Town. So very, very important source of water for the Western Cape, and gratifying to see it nice and full. What we have seen today is a couple of crashes on what looks to be fairly benign terrain. Flat, we saw Lars Forster go down quite hard. We've seen Ravensteiner and Moreno go down. And, you know, the pace they're riding for sure is a major contributing factor. But you've got to be wary all the time here. In these sort of trails, there are rocks, and you've got to be very, very careful on it, Anneke.
Yeah, especially because you're riding in a group, and you're trying to stay as close as possible to the wheel in front of you. And when you do that, you don't have the same amount of space ahead of you just to look when is a rock coming, when is a patchy, a sandy patch coming up. So you need to be super alert. And sorry, especially now that we are so far into the week, it makes it even more difficult, because your head is tired, your body is tired. You're not as quick to react on things that might appear in front of you. And that is one of the main factors why we see these odd little crashes now every now and then, because you're like, what is going on? The surface looks, or the terrain looks relatively harmless. What just happened? But it is because the overall energy level are just running lower now.
Teamwork is vital, and as the week progresses, we touched on it at the start of the show this morning, but reading the signs, reading your partner's fatigue levels, concentration levels, focus levels, and understanding them and adapting to them all the way through these latter stages is absolutely critical. And these two teams look as though they are well in sync, as one would expect it. Faces Roll have been riding together for some time now. Mariska Strauss and Candice Lill. Haley Batten and Sophia Gomez-Villafan look as though they've been riding together for years.
Yeah, they already from one of the first stages, we saw how they just they were riding as a unit, and that is really one of the major factors. If you want to be successful in this race, is you need to be well adapted to your partner. Ride together as a unit. It makes all the difference, actually.
There's that sort of terrain, and there's these riders in a line, so all even and fair. They are riding towards the base of the Franschhoek Pass. I reckon it's going to be quite a fast day today. But once they get over the top of the pass, that could be a nice tailwind pushing them along the Berg River floodplain there.
And of course, these undulating sections that we see before the Franschhoek Pass, they really are. They lend them. The conditions lend themselves to a fast day indeed, and certainly the racing dynamics. It's pretty clear that Faces Roller are keen to put more time into BMC MTB racing to get that second spot on the overall, and also to try and put some pressure on 91 Songo Specialized. They'll stay close and keep an eye on their energy levels. Of course, Sophia Villafana and Hayley Batten do look in a commanding position. Let's have a look here at the chasing women. This is the Private Client Holdings team of Marie Rabi and Hayley Preen, clearly in pursuit.
Yeah, and no longer together with the BMC MTB racing team. We saw earlier on today's stage that at some point the group split up, and this team was actually together with the BMC team. So it looks like the BMC MTB Racing are clearly suffering from yesterday's effort, a little bit like we predicted, because they have shown this tendency that when they have a really strong day, it's often followed by a day where they struggle a little bit more. They have to really pay for the effort that they did, and now they leave this team, the Private Client Holding, chasing down the two leading teams.
Well, Private Client Holdings have got a lot to gain from this. Not just another day on the stage, another day on the podium for the stage, but also the overall lead of Team Simtex ZA is being chipped away. And looking at the GC, Simtex ZA are 26 minutes back off the leaders and 49 minutes back of Private Client Holdings. So around about 23 minutes, they've gotten it, a little bit less, 22 minutes. And although it seems like a lot of time, if they can have another couple of good days, that could get very close when we head into Val de Vie for that fourth spot overall. Private Client Holdings, Marie Rabi has had a fourth spot at the Absa Cape Epic before. She would be hoping to do one better, but she's got a big job to do to overhaul the likes of BMC, MTB Racing and Faces Roller for a spot in the podium at Val de Vie.
That was in the mixed race a couple of years ago, I think 2017 or 18. She was fourth in the mixed with Corey Miller, who in fact is quite involved in a lot of the trails that they'll be riding later on today. So Marie looking to go even better than that in the women's race. This is the Masters. Masters leaders there, and you can see them resplendent in their blue jerseys. The NTT Masters leaders, Songo 91 Epic legends, Carl Platt and Christoph Sauser. In the blue jersey with the South African flag, that's the South African Masters Marathon champion Craig Uriah. They're the defending champions in this category, he and Andrew Duvenage. And they are riding well today. They're in third place behind Fit to Bike Natural Berry, who are 31 minutes behind Sauser and his partner, that man Carl Platt. They've won 3 stages. And also in there are the Exaro leaders going very well indeed. The men who are leading the Exaro on Ndebele and Selala of Exaro Academy 1.
And just looking at these two legend pairing, the pairing is really a great story of the race. We've seen Carl Platt and Christoph Sauser having each won five victories in the overall men's category, and of course now teaming up. You can see them. It's just a testimony to the spirit of the race. When the gloves are off, it's really all for everyone for themselves. But riding in the Masters category, they've teamed up. They are riding for Christoph, the charity that Christoph Sauser founded, Songo, and really a great day out for them. They're really enjoying themselves with putting their previous rivalries aside and sharing some great stories about the race. And no doubt they're riding some familiar trails today. No doubt they'll have memories of pretty much each and every section of this route, and what happened and who attacked at what point and who put the other under pressure. And we've heard already that they've been having a good laugh out on the trails.
What's so significant about this group is the experience in there, and then the 2 young men from the Exaro category being able to ride alongside the absolute legends of not only the Absa Cape Epic but of mountain biking. So Ndebele and Selala from the Exaro Academy here just I would imagine over the last 4 or 5 days and for the rest of the week absorbing and learning and just becoming stronger and better, and wonderful to see them being able to have that experience. Hayley Preen behind Marie Ravi here, now in 3rd place, chasing that lead group of 91 Songo Specialized and Faces Roller, having left behind BMC MTB, Pauline Ferrand-Prévot and Robin de Groot, who yesterday won their 3rd stage, but clearly they're going through that roller coaster and they're on the down. But these two riders have just got stronger and stronger as the week has progressed, more and more confident as they got past day 3, which is how they only got to day 3 last year when Preen crashed and broke her hand. And they really are enjoying this experience now and putting themselves in the frame.
Well, of course, a day like today really would suit them. It's a transition day, so there's a slightly lower proportion of single track and technical trails. And Marie Rabi is a triathlete by trade. That was her profession at one point. So physiologically, she has the engine to be able to cope with the long distances and the endurance aspect of the event. And also the professionalism and the methodology that comes with being a professional athlete will no doubt benefit her. And just on the transition day, on the straight and flat trails, she'll be able to apply her trade.
Down on the descent, it is fast, twisty and turny initially, and then quite a long drag down, and straight to the front goes Speed Company Racing.
They are not done yet. Impressive to come back from the early attacks, like almost blowing up, coming back, having a crash, coming back again, and now we see them again on the front. I like how they just continue. Yeah, they keep on attacking. It's good to see.
Sasha Weber on the back there. We saw him in the Cape Town Cycle Tour, and some tactical end to tactical finale in the sprint, and managed to get on the podium. And again, it's back on the road. It's a transition day, as we said, and it's just another aspect to the Absa Cape Epic, this tar section. It's a really picturesque part of the route, and although it's not pure mountain biking riding on tar, the riders will welcome just a little bit of respite, just the few kilometers where they don't get their bodies punished by the super rough trails they've experienced in Greyton. Greyton is a particularly rocky region. They're going to be transitioning to an area where there are some really gorgeous trails. Looking forward to that, no doubt.
This morning in the pre-race interviews, we heard about Speed Company Racing and the fact that they are not having dropper seat posts on their bikes. And I wish that right now I believe that right now they wish they had those rubber seat posts, because we can see Bolt's riders just next to them carrying a lot of speed just by the fact that he's able to kind of lower his seat and get more aerodynamic. That being said, we can see the Speed Company Racing not giving up the front anyway.
So there's two advantages to having a dropper post, of course, and it's in mountain biking certainly there's a technical advantage where riders can get a little bit lower and can lower their center of gravity just to get around some tricky corners, and of course those steep drop-offs as well. So we perhaps oversimplifying it, but there is an advantage in mountain biking, but also on those fast descents, the lower the rider, the more aerodynamic the rider becomes. And if you've seen in road cycling, the regulations have banned what they're calling the super tuck, where riders are lying on the top tube way off the saddle, and just lowering the saddle allows the rider to get a little bit lower. So just the small advantages that riders look for, these small micro advantages that can make all the difference. But on the descent, it looks like it's all together. And you can see on this transition day, some gorgeous trails and gorgeous tracks with a beautiful valley. And looking ahead to the trails of Stellenbosch in the next few kilometers.
And these beautiful aerial shots just kind of shows us what the riders cannot see, and that is the exact physical gap between the two leading teams in the women's category, the 91 Songo Specialized and the Faces Roller. We saw this. This is a fast rolling section. So yeah, the terrain is not too rough, so the riders all carry great speed here.
Well, beautiful images. You saw those images a little bit earlier from that helicopter, so superbly piloted by Ploffy, and cameraman Mark almost out the door there, but he's safely in there. He's been doing this for about 73 years, so he knows exactly what he's about there. heading towards the base of Franschhoek Pass. The gap between Faces Roller 91 Songo Specialized and Private Client Holdings was 2 minutes and 29 at 28 kilometers. When they get to the base of the pass here, we'll get another time check, and they are closing it ever so fractionally. 2:21 Arabi and Preen. BMC Mountain Biking have slipped 30 seconds behind the Private Client Holdings now, so they're a long way back. Private Client Holdings on general classification at the moment, 49 minutes behind the leaders, and in fifth place they are nearly 33 minutes behind Faces Roller in third, so that is unlikely to change, but they're just riding each stage stronger and stronger. It's wonderful to see. Meanwhile, the 91 Songo Specialized team have gone to the front now on this sandy section, and the base of the pass is arriving shortly. Mariska Strauss and Candice Lill, next to wearing a different helmet this morning, and making their way towards the part of the pass. Lovely remote trail this on the other side of the dam, and it is a trail that's ridden fairly regularly by local mountain bikers, but there is the bridge over the river, and that signals the entrance to the dam, to the pass at least.
The women's races are reaching the bottom of Franschhoek Pass, and the men's category have already reached, they've been over the pass and are reaching the bottom and are heading towards that water point. There is a section along the bottom and a timing check at the bottom. It's the 69 kilometer mark, so we'll be able to get a gap there when to see just how much time Buff Megamo have lost with the 7 teams up front.
And once again, we see the Private Client Holdings team here riding nicely here. We can really see how they're coming into form. They're riding themselves nicely into the race, and just seems like they're becoming stronger and stronger every day.
Dropping down into the wonderful historic old town of Franschhoek. And they won't turn right down the main road of Franschhoek and disturb the morning coffees and breakfasts. They'll go through the intersection here and head out towards the Berg River Dam, which is the other side of the mountains there, and some wonderful trails there. All together, this group, it's going to be a fascinating next section as they make their way towards the final climb of the day. Now, 2 of the 3 big climbs done, and they check in now at the water point, or the hydration station here at Franschhoek.
So these lead group is a group of some of the world's best mountain bikers, but notably absent from this group are the Bulls team, Scott SRAM, and we are also missing the Buff Megamo team, who are lying 4th overall, and we saw them earlier struggling with the pace and struggling to make inroads into this chase.
And what we see here was some teams really taking advantage of this hydration point. I feel like what we see now is once again the ever eager team of Speed Company Racing grabbing, sensing that everybody was coming a little bit to a standstill, fiddling around with bottles, and now they're going on the attack. They're using this chance to create a significant gap on today's stage. Amazing how they keep attacking, keep coming back.
Well, you can't take anything away from the team spirit of these 2 riders there. If you compare them to some of the bigger trade teams who have an entire support staff, Speed Company Racing really only have 1 support staff member, and it's really fantastic to see that pretty much close to privateer level support, and they are riding at the front. So I think the fans are certainly getting behind them. They've got a growing fan base throughout the week. They've certainly their social media profiles gained more and more followers at a remarkable rate. And just looking at those top teams running through their 10 teams.
But what we also saw just before we entered the section here with the trees was that the yellow jerseys were keeping a close eye on Speed Company Racing, sensing like, oof, once again they're going on the attack. We have to go with them. We cannot let them get a big gap, so we cannot control the race, that we lose the sense of where they are. So a smart move here by Speed Company Racing, and it really puts Canyon North Wave a little bit under pressure, but it seemed to be managing it well. We can see that I think it's Sevald. He struggles a little bit getting back on the wheel of his partner Stosek. He was now sitting up, waiting for his partner, letting Speed Company Racing go. Oof, this is an interesting point.
They've just got to get over a little bit of a climb here. But another team, interesting team we haven't seen through the week, Cannondale TB Pro Tour, Alberto Losada and Roberto Bomartin of Spain. They're in this group as well, way down on GC. Everyone's taking a chance late in the race here, having lost time early in the week to see if they can snatch a stage win, and riding into Stellenbosch, which for many people is deemed sort of home of mountain biking in South Africa, is somewhat of a prestigious feel for the riders. And
absolutely, definitely a huge network, and of really a sprawling network of trails in the Stellenbosch region. So they'll be looking forward to some great riding, where many mountain bikers in this region, people come from all over the world to ride the trails of Stellenbosch. Just looking at really the animation of the race is quite remarkable. There's still quite a long way to go. We're only at the 70-kilometer mark, and Speed Company Racing really just are leaving it all out there. And perhaps some could say, critics would say, that they're wasting energy, they're spending too much energy too early in the stage when it's not necessarily a decisive point, but it's all about defying those disrupting. If any team was a disruptor, it'd be this team, and that was their goal. Even after the prologue, we caught up with them, and they said they're not here to take part, they're here to take over, with their exact words, and it's clear that they're doing it. If it so happens that they do get caught again, if the race is neutralized, they will have burnt a couple of extra matches, and let's face it, this is going to play into the hands of Toyota 91 Specialized.
I cannot criticize this pair at all. I tell you what, I am absolutely loving what they do. They come to their first Absa Cape Epic. They've got some good records, 45 Ks to go. They're saying, you know, we attacked in the first kilometer, we attacked again, we fell, we maybe had lost some time, we're back in again. Come on, guys, chase us down if you want. Break yourselves, do what you want. Love it.
Certainly
absolutely love it.
A part of racing, and a part of success in racing, is attacking at those times that are counterintuitive.
Yeah.
And we've seen so many times in both road racing and in mountain biking, just to attack at exactly the point where no one expects it.
And this is the second. So I say second place team on general classification. So as a yellow jersey, as a leader, you're seeing this team going off again, and you say, you know, there they go again. There they go again. So yeah, they're constantly tapping away.
They're doing it just brilliantly. I love the fact that they are not intimidated by any of the competitors. They're like, okay, well, yeah, we know that you have a lot of experience, and we have, you guys have a lot of good results on your palmares, but that's not going to hold us back. I mean,
right here on the road, we're the bosses. Yeah.
Looking back historically at the race, this is probably, we could arguably say this is one of the most exciting teams we've ever seen in the last 15 or in fact in the history of the race, and we're on the 18th edition already. We've never seen an animator or really a wild card, a dark horse team like this animating the race so fiercely in the latter half of the week.
Stefan Sam is working really hard to stay with him down the hill, yeah. But yeah, they are fantastic. Yes, they're not making great inroads to the group behind, but they're making them work. And Matt Beers is having to do some work on the front there now.
It's interesting to me that the Toyota 91 Specialized teams are actually collaborating with the chase. They really could take that tactical view that it would be the responsibility of the yellow jerseys, because of course yellow jerseys need to defend that lead, and second on the GC are Speed Company Racing. But no doubt they have some kind of alliance between the Toyota 91 Specialized team and the Canyon Northwave. An unsaid alliance, but just to neutralize this break here. Certainly expect more to come from the Speed Company Racing. If Speed Company Racing were to adopt a smart approach to this racing, they would wait until that last climb up to the Helshoogte section from Kamwe, and just keeping in front on that tricky descent, and just saving just a couple of extra watts for that last little kicker at the end.
Key moment. There we go. The Mbuko Type pair are going ahead. They know there's some single track coming shortly. Let's try and get into that first here. Peter de Toy and his partner Marco Hubert. There are some wide open roads once they hit the floodplain of the Berg River later on before the third water point. But now there's some really telling moments to come with the single track. Look at that little break already. Big gap.
What a move from these guys. These South Africans are having a great week, and they're riding with the world's best. And we see an attack from them in true South African tradition. We've seen it in the winter history. If we look even back, just not that far back to 2019, when the race transitioned from Oak Valley Estate to Stellenbosch, right here in Stellenbosch, that was Philip Bass and Matthias Bierkes made an attack, also in that red jersey. And another South African, that was Candice Lill, and Adelma Roth won. So a South African day it could be. We could see it again. A day for the South Africans going into the finale in stage 5 at the Absa Cape Epic.
Definitely, this is exactly the moment to go. They could sense that now that it was all kind of together and neutralized. The teams were looking a little bit more to each other, and they grabbed the chance. And I think this is a brilliant move, and it is possible that they can take a stage win today.
Absolutely. They are young and bold. I mean, Peter de Toy only turns 23 this year. Marco Joubert is 25, and they are, well, de Toy's ridden for the Page Eurosteel team for many years, and only this year joined the Mbuko Type Dev here to get used to a new bike and a new setup and a new partner, and he's looking very competent indeed. Marco Joubert from Port Elizabeth is a little more experienced, and he's the senior rider in this whole team. They've got 4 other riders, but he's the senior man.
Well, they will have an easier time of it because you can see the urgency of the chase has come out completely. It's almost like like there is just almost a neutralization, just kind of almost soft pedaling in that chase group, and this really plays into the hands of Mbuko Type Dev, who are lying 9th overall on general classification with a 40-minute deficit to Canyon Northwave, so no urgency for Canyon Northwave. No urgency for the other riders, and of course with Toyota 91 Specialized, Matt Beers, the other South African in this group. Maybe a little bit of countryman, a bit of kinmanship, and unlikely to see much of a chase from Matthew Beers.
We can see here with the Bulls team, I think it's Urs Huber going to the front, just kind of saying to each other, to the rest of the field here, like, okay, come on, we cannot let them just ride away. We need to keep speed up a little bit. And now we're going to more single track terrain, and Matt Beers is at the front. We'll see if the cap will come down now, or if the South African team at the front will just keep hammering away.
A long section of single track this along the right bank or southern slopes of the Berg River Dam, which is relatively new compared to the Theewaterskloof, which was built in 1980. This was completed in 2009, and it really provides irrigation and drinking water all the way down this valley towards Paarl and Wellington to the farmlands as well. Nice single track that's been built here by the mountain bike club in Franschhoek, and maintained expertly as well. So very good riding for the riders. We'll lose signal a little bit in and out of the mountains today as we head to beautiful Stellenbosch on stage number 5. It's already a dramatic stage. We've seen plenty of drama. Those absent in the top 10 not riding in that lead group. Santa Cruz aren't there. Scott Stram, well, we saw Lars Forster with a crash, and Nino Schurter and he have lost huge amounts of time there. So their position, they were 6th and 33 minutes down. Well, William Pirelli, Gesma and all will look to capitalize on that. And Mbuko Type Dev, well, they could as well, although they were 7 minutes behind Scott Stram. But the way they're riding today, you never know. They could climb themselves right up into the top 6 or 7 teams.
Well, we're interested to see what William 7C Forces, Hem and Rebecca Yati are doing. They've had a good day out, a little bit disappointing throughout the week. And the Norwegian and the Italian could really have some plans for the day, although there is an attack up the road. Peter de Toy and Marco Joubert in true South African style, stage 6, and looking to repeat that victory of Bass and Bierkes. And just looking at the distance to go, it's around about 40 k's to go for the men, just under 40 kilometers to go for the men's category, and still all to play for, with 9 teams in chase of the Mbuko Type Dev team.
75% full, this dam. And look at this, the surface there. That'll tell you that there is a wind and it's coming from behind the riders now. So they'll be riding on that trail. It'll assist them to a degree. But once they come off the dam, there's quite a lot of open road. They'll have a really tidy tailwind behind them there.
Well, that'll help the South Africans hugely if they can have a tailwind. And all it takes is just a little bit of hesitation, a lack of impetus in the chase group. Even if that lack of impetus lasts for 5 minutes, they can gain a minute or 2 minutes or so on the chasing group, and that'll give them enough buffer as they head into Stellenbosch. And of course, they do have that Hellswerk to climb to go from the Carmore section. It is a tricky climb, no doubt, but they'll have studied the route very carefully. They've done their research. They'll have got their nutrition, race nutrition planned, and if they can stick to it, today could be theirs.
And now that we see the chasing field here, it's still a very comfortable position for the Kenya North Wave team in the yellow jerseys to be in, because they're with their closest rivals. They can constantly keep an eye on attacks and whatever should happen, and they sense, okay, this team, the All African team, is actually no danger on the overall GC, so they can just sit up nicely in the chasing group and watch and follow if attacks were to happen.
It's a wonderful piece of trail, this, isn't it? The dam itself is 4.8 square kilometers. This trail runs the length of the north bank and flows beautifully. It's a relatively new trail. There are trails higher up on this Matopi mountain, but this is really wonderful riding.
And clever move there by Matthew Beers. They might be getting a bit tired of seeing Speed Company Racing attacking off the front the whole time, and being in the front of the single track where it's really difficult to overtake, he can kind of neutralize the chase and just keep everything under control and make sure that especially the marauding Speed Company Racing, who just won't stop attacking.
And from this beautiful aerial shot that we have here, we can see the leading team just coming around the corner right here at the bottom of the screen. But what we can also see is actually, it looks like the chasing field is not that far behind. It's going to be interesting to see if they manage to keep up the speed and maintain the gap.
The wind you can see as well on the vegetation on the hillside there as well. But they are holding nothing back. Marco Hubert and Potchersum's finest Peter du Toit going hell for leather here to see if they can bolt away and secure a win, banking on perhaps that group not putting everything into the chase and taking advantage of a favorable tailwind as they come away from the Berg River Dam. Wonderful to see the red jerseys on the charge here at stage 5 of the Absa Cape Epic. Beautiful part of the Western Cape. And it wasn't too long ago, there used to be a mountain bike race that went right through this valley before the dam was built. And that all flooded away in 2008 and 9 when the dam was built. And so new trails created alongside the dam. Du Toit had made the initial break. And we saw him at the base of the pass going, at least at the base of the pass on the other side, going quite hard. Trying to warm the legs up, and now Marco Hubert is the man on the front. Cross-country backgrounds, both of them. They cut their teeth on a very, very good youth program in South Africa that targets primary and high schools, a mountain bike cross-country series around the country. Thousands and thousands of youngsters exposed to mountain biking through the Spurs Schools League, and these two youngsters, well, they were superstars in that, and they've kicked on and progressed. Not all do, but these two certainly have capitalized on that early start and continued to commit themselves to racing.
Definitely two riders to watch for the future, not only in cross country but also in this particular race. We often see a team like this having the opportunity to go for a stage win, and that will, keep them so motivated to progress even more in upcoming Absa Cape Epics.
Absolutely. They would have been inspired by that man's win last year, the second South African to win the Absa Cape Epic. Matt Beers teaming up with Jordan Saru last year to storm to victory. And the first team to take the yellow jersey in the prologue and not relinquish it, riding into Valdeby in the grand finale in that yellow all the way through the week. Fantastic, dominant performance. And not that far behind, if you consider that the single track ends just up ahead there, and this chase group are going at a fairly good whack. You can just catch a glimpse of Egger and Baum towards the back of this group, and Beers is on the front and his partner is on the back. No real panic though for them. The yellow jerseys in there. Bulls have 2 riders there, Urber and Schneller.
Well, this is still a bit of a thinned out group, but there's unlikely to be a strategic move here, especially with the likes of Blevins at the back. Blevins is one of the smartest riders in the world, let alone in this group here, and just clearly not picking this particular spot along the route as a time to make a move. And you have to really think that Blevins and Matt Beers are part of one of the most successful trade teams in the race. We've talked about it all week. That makes a big difference. And when it comes to race briefing within the team and the team compound, it is a very detailed affair, planning nutrition strategy and looking out for the key moments in the race. We've seen the graphics. Christoph Sauser, in fact, posted something about it just the other day on social media. We caught a glimpse of just the detail that the teams go into. So it's clearly not their time to go today in the stage, and they'll be keeping their eyes on that section that goes up to Helshoogte and of course the Botmaskop downhill. They want to be in a good position on that downhill. Right now the trails, being in a good position on the trails, there's not really any point in fighting. Save the energy for that Botmaskop section down into Stellenbosch.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting there, because it's basically once they turn off Helshoogte Pass, they go into single track, which is pretty much all the way down to within half a kilometre or kilometre or so of the finish. So positioning at the front of the group there is going to be absolutely vital. The climb up Botmaskop is all single track, and the descent, so very little opportunity to get past there.
Well, it's you wouldn't say a neutralization of the race, but a really great move from the South Africans up ahead. They did have an over 30-second gap, and if they keep the momentum going, they'll be able to hold this advantage. And of course, the chasing group have no ability to cooperate, so there's no real advantage of being in a main group like on the road. You'd expect a group to chase after a lone breakaway very easily. In this case, it's not the situation out on the road. But when the road opens up, let's see exactly how the chase group organize themselves. And really importantly, we have to look back at the 4th placed team on overall general classification. That is Buff, Megamo, Hans Becking and Jose Diaz. They had a fantastic year last year, winning 4 stages. Have yet to repeat that sparkling performance at this year's race. And 12th spot coming over that time check at the 69-kilometer mark. They are almost 5 minutes back, 4 minutes 51. In overall general classification, they have a deficit of 11 minutes. And with teams like Willier, Pirelli Factory Racing and Mbuko Type Dev, they have all to lose right now. But there is one thing in their favor, is that they have a backup team in the race this year. And Osila Vergara and Drechu will be collaborating with. They are right there with the Becking and Diaz pairing, so they'll get some help from their teammates as they try to limit the damage.
There's a split at 80 kilometers then. 1 minute and 4 seconds is the Mbuko Type Dev lead over that chase group that includes the Bulls, the Canyon Northwave yellow jersey, whereas Speed Companies racing 2nd place and 3rd place Toyota 91 Specialized. The Bulls are the joker in the pack here.
And also just looking at that time gap, there is a bit of a split in the chase group where the leading men are really there. It's quite remarkable how much time they've gained already. They've gained over 1 minute, but there is a gap back to the likes of the Cannondale TB Proto team, William Pirelli's Ravenstein and Alleman and Trek Vaudi.
Yeah, 1 minute and 40 back there, so they've about half a minute behind this group. Flying along today in these conditions. They'll be enjoying this.
Well, great to see the Bulls. This is these never to be discounted. The Bulls have had a fantastic history at the race. They've had 5 overall victories, none other than Carl Platt, and four victories with none other than Carl Platt. So they are always a force to be reckoned with at the race, and huge experience. They are here without a backup team for the first time in almost over a decade. But Urs Huber and Simon Schneller haven't had a great week, but they're on the pace. They're on the very front today, but they still have to contend with the South Africans, who have a minute gap up ahead.
And what we saw just before we went to these aerial shots was actually within the Toyota 916 specialized team. We saw Matt Beers and Chris Blevins just rolling to the back of the group, sitting on the wheels of the rest and just observing a little bit, having a little bit of a chat, making tactics. I can tell you that Matt knows this area quite well, and he'll pass on all information to his partner Chris Blevins on tactics and on what to do. So maybe they'll try to do another tactical masterclass like we saw them do yesterday. That was truly something spectacular.
It was very, very clever, their sprint yesterday. Beers went early with Andres Sewald, very, very early, almost 5 kilometers out. And they were at times a little bit unsure of how far they could go. They even had a discussion between them as to whether the maximum time limit between the two riders was 1 or 2 minutes. It is 2 minutes. Neither of them was in danger of that. But it was Beers who went out ahead, and he banked on Chris Blevins' blistering sprint, and Blevins obliged and burst past the chasers, Speed Company Racing, as well as Martin Stosek, to confirm the win, with Beers already crossed the line. Beautiful visuals now as they head across the Berg River floodplain, Hutchinson's Peak. That's Simonsberg Mountain in the background. They'll be going between those two, the valley up there, and Stellenbosch is over that hillside. Great trails and great racing here as well. Speed Company Racing go to the front once again. We've said that many times this week, and I'm sure we'll probably say it again later on, such as their appetite to race hard and take the challenge to these established names of the Absa Cape Epic. Team Bulls, 91 Songo Specialized, have been around years and years. Canyon have brought teams here for many years as well. Speed Company Racing, first time, and they are certainly making sure we won't forget them in a hurry.
Impressive to see, so especially I'm amazed because every time you put in a big effort, you have to pay for it a little bit, and it seems like they recover so well from every single time that they kind of up the pace. So are the teams at the very front. They're going for it today, huh?
Absolutely fantastic. Everyone's throwing it all in today, and the yellow jerseys are hanging on there. They've got the top 3 teams in the on the general classification in the mix, and then the red jerseys are chasing a stage victory here, and Bulls are looking for something out of this week. Bulls in 5th overall. They are 15 minutes behind Buff Megamo, who are losing time hand over fist behind them, so who knows what might happen there. Scott Stram have gone, and they've lost their second team as well. Frischneck and Ranioli are out of the race, so it's not gone well for Nino Schurter's Scott Stram team. So they cross the low-level bridge and head on to the south bank of this Berg River. Meanwhile, back up the pass, this is the women heading down the Franschhoek Pass and in towards Franschhoek, and the top 2 teams, Faces Roller and 91 Songo Specialized, all together.
All together still. It seems like they're happy to work together today, just enjoying the company of each other, and also it makes for the pace it keeps the pace high that you're with another team. So it's a good riding here, and high speed down this descent. I can tell you, having ridden this descent myself, that it's a nice flowy descent, and it's super fast.
It is. I can tell you that, as you've noticed, the road is closed today, so no traffic. I've been going up and down there for the last 3 days in my vehicle to get to the Greyton finish, but it is a beautiful drive as well, and look, that is why. You can see the dam in the far distance, and the Franschhoek town down below. Beautiful part of the Western Cape. Now, Simon Schneller on the front here for Team Bulls as they pursue this pair of Peter de Toy at the back here, and Marco Hubert of Imbuco Type Dev. They're based in Wellington at the Buco Wine Farm there. They run a really big race there earlier in the year, which is a bit of a pre-Absa Cape Epic challenge for the riders. It's got over 3,000 meters of climbing, and many of those who want to complete the Absa Cape Epic and use that as a tester. And these gentlemen are very, very au fait with that sort of terrain, and they know exactly what today's about as well. They're very, very familiar with the trails today.
And that sort of insight, it makes a difference when you're riding this for the first time, riding every single stage in all the areas for the first time. You're riding a little bit into the unknown. You don't know exactly what is coming up, and just having that little extra knowledge makes a big difference. Meanwhile, we see here in the women's racing, flying down this descent, all of these riders are using the drop seat post to kind of get more aerodynamic, to limit the headwind a little bit, just going into this super aerodynamic position. We saw on the Milano-San Remo race on the road just recently how the winner, he was riding a bike with a drop seat post, and I must say, as a mountain biker, I've been looking a little bit to the road racing and wondering why haven't we seen more of this earlier on, because it's quite obvious it makes a difference. But I guess now with the super tuck on the road being banned, it makes it even more attractive to try to integrate a drop seat post on your road bike, because it really makes a big difference to be this aerodynamic down the descent.
Especially on the descents we see in the World Tour races, and especially the Grand Tours with the massive climbs. There's a huge advantage to be gained from it. And I guess the question is, why should all bikes not be fitted with dropper posts if there is an advantage? And the only answer really is that it adds a little bit of extra weight. A dropper seat post can weigh up to 0.5 kilo, when there's a normal seat post made of carbon fiber, and the lightest ones we've seen are well under 200 grams. So a 300-gram penalty is really that's the question, whether or not you're prepared to make that sacrifice, that weight sacrifice. But clearly it has its advantages.
They're heading into the third water point here at Ludus Magnus. It's a wonderful resort. They've got a rugby field. They've got a dam with lanes, swimming lanes. They've got a running track around here, tartan running track, all sorts of facilities for athletes to come and train and base themselves, and accommodation for plenty of people. I think they've got about accommodation for about 30 people. So a wonderful point to ride through. These riders not stopping the Mbuka Type Dev race leaders, and this will be interesting as this chase group comes through here, led by Speed Company Racing, heading into the 88-kilometer mark. This stage is whittling by very, very fast. Speed Company Racing, the Bulls, and Toyota 91 Specialized in here, and the race leaders, Canyon, Northwave, MTB in the yellow jerseys. All together, the chase group here, the main protagonists throughout this week involved in this chase group.
No great impetus there, as the team that have all to gain from lack of impetus is this team we see in the picture right now, the South African team, and the Mbuka Type Dev pairing of Peter de Toy. They really know they've got their work cut out for them, and they will put maximum pressure down, and that consistent effort, that consistent pace will serve them very well. Because when there's a lack of organization and a start-stop approach to the chase, means that the consistent riders will gain time over their rivals. And you need to do a time check, and it's still quite a distance. They've almost got 2 minutes over their rivals right now. Just looking at when they passed through here, they passed through the race time. When they passed through was 2 minutes, 55 seconds and 32 seconds. A really fast day for the men's category, and also the women's category on stage 5 at the Absa Cape Epic. 115 kilometers, 2,400 meters of climbing. Significant part of that climbing was on tar on the Franschhoek Pass, but they are approaching the Carmoor section now, where there is some more climbing, a final climb to go before that tricky descent off Botmaskop. It's a dangerous descent. We've heard the route designer talking about it already. There's a huge variety in that descent, so riders must concentrate all the way down. There are some flowing sections, some bermed sections, but also some rough parts, and it can be pretty wild. So it's moderate to challenging. The rest of the field, the main contenders on overall general classification, pour in, and looking at that time gap, it is well over 2 minutes, 2 minutes 25, and there isn't a lot of urgency in that chase. We can see there's a couple of riders stopping, but just rolling off quietly and slowly, in fact. Direct contrast to how the Type Dev, the Imbuco type Dev riders went through there.
Yeah, this is 225. That's quite a significant gap. Speed Company Racing, Bulls Canyon, Northwave, Toyota 91 Specialized, Cannondale TB Pro Tour are in touch, and Willia Pirelli have closed in. So that group is swelling all the time as they'll head into this sensational pump track around Ludus Magnus here. Look at this little section, purpose-built little spiral that goes around the tree. And then they'll drop down this into a wonderful pump track section. He's a passionate mountain biker. The man who owns this property. In fact, he's riding the Absa Cape Epic at the moment, Regis Maniora, along with Ashley Haig-Smith. So Chris Blevins is enjoying it.
Yeah, as a former BMX rider, this is his terrain. You can see he's truly enjoying it. And it looks really nice to ride. I must say, I would like to ride this myself. It makes me want to jump on the bike here.
Very cool little section, bit of fun in the middle of a long 150 kilometer stage, 15 kilometer stage, as they head towards Stellenbosch.
And the riders are having good conditions today. We can see the predicted time for the men's to arrive at this point was only a little bit later, so clearly there's a lot of tailwind today, and I'm sure that a lot of the riders are enjoying that, so it's not like feels like a never-ending stage, but the kilometers ticks away a little bit faster. But we haven't reached the final part of today's stage, which will be brutally hard with a lot of steep climbing and some rough descents.
So that chase group have exited Ludus Magnus and that water point 3, and they now head across the wide open plains. Well, they've got a tree line to protect them a little bit from the wind, which is coming from their left at the moment, and that'll pretty much be the way the wind will impact them until they get into the shadow of the Drakensberg Mountains on their left-hand side, just near Boschendal Farm, and they head into the Old Bethlehem Farm trails there. Then the wind might be, they'll be sheltered from the wind by the mountains. But the red jerseys of the Absa African leaders in Buko Type Dev are way up the road. Further back down the road, this is the leading quartet of women, and it's the two teams, Faces Roller at the back here, and the leaders Sofia Gomez, Villafan and Hayley Batten in the orange jerseys are doing a grand job. And Faces Roller now slowly but surely, you would think, starting to claw their way back into second on general classification, because that's their motivation here. Yes, they'd like to win the race, but they are off 11 minutes, in fact at the moment 15 minutes on GC behind Songo Specialized, so a long way back. Have to make up a lot of time today.
But definitely they know that the second place overall is within reach, especially now that the BMC MTB Racing is kind of showing this little pattern of having a bad day whenever they had a really strong day. So they have to really grab the chance today and try to put in as much time they can on the BMC racing team here.
Well, they've certainly put in some good time, and we're looking at the time checks as they reach the 69 kilometer mark, and 91 Songo Specialized and Faces Roller all together, and the team chasing are Private Client Holdings, and yet to pass through that section is the BMC MTB Racing team.
Beautiful visuals of them crossing the river once more, and a low-level bridge, very low at this stage, the water gushing over, and the motorbike will get through as well. So their feet are wet, but that won't bother them one moment as they head across to the Old Bethlehem Farm trails. Beautiful riding to come. They really are heading into a section that'll delight these riders, but also, of course, exhaust them, because there's some fairly steep, short but steep pitches on those trails, and it's rough and loose terrain. Very, very dry at the moment here in the Western Cape.
What we also see is the Trek Founder team having yet another good day today. We saw them yesterday, I think, they rode themselves into the top 5 or 6 on the stage, and yeah, it looks like they're coming into form here towards the end of the race.
Yes, Sasha Weber there on the right-hand side in the blue, and alongside him Jakob Venter with the hydration pack, and they are at the moment in 14th on general classification, 56 minutes down on the leaders, but they'll be looking to tick off some teams ahead of them. Calabandida are 49 minutes, so 7 minutes ahead of them. DMT on the same sort of time as them, so they're looking to just creep a little bit higher in the general classification today.
Well, they're part of the momentum of this group, and although the momentum seems to have come out, they would do pretty well to keep this momentum going. But they seem satisfied with just being at the front and enjoying the pace right now. Just before the finale really starts to reach fever pitch, and we have around about 20 kilometers to go, a little bit more than 20 kilometers to go, and still one big climb to go.
Now, there's a trail built along the road here, and this is where ostensibly they'll be riding purpose-built trail. In fact, it stretches from Franschhoek all the way through to Paarl along this road to give riders, cyclists something to cycle along. Not this section. This is at Franschhoek. Mariska Strasse coming to the front here. Just Candice Hill.
They have the private client holding team here riding on their own, chasing from behind.
2:20 they were down at the 69 kilometer mark. They're taking back little small chunks of time, 5 to 8 seconds every time check, and then BMC mounted bike racing have just passed through the 69 kilometer checkpoint. Pauline Ferron-Prévot and Robin de Groot at 5 minutes and 38 down.
Well, that if you look at the virtual GC, and if the race were to stop right now, that would put them down into third spot overall. Faces roller, all to gain from this move that they are in at the front, and they are certainly having a good day out and moving up the leaderboard. And once again, another shift in general classification looks likely by the end of the day.
No sign yet of Team Simtech ZA, Ariane Luthi and Amy Wakefield. You heard Ariane talking a little earlier in the day. Not 100%, but she consulted a doctor and was assured that she would not do any serious damage if she were to ride today. So she's very mindful of making the right decisions and taking the right advice. And they perhaps taking it a little bit easier today, she and Amy Wakefield.
Yeah, and it's always a theme if you're feeling not 100% yourself, like what should I do? Should I continue? Will it benefit me badly in the long run? And if you can get some advice, some medical advice, that's always, it eases your mind a little bit. And she's decided, okay, this is not gonna cost any long-term damage. I can still continue. And maybe just use it at least a little. Of course, they want to do as good as well as they can in this race, but also for the season ahead of them, it can be a good kind of a base building. And that's actually if you manage to come through this race and manage to recover well afterwards, you know, it can be such a platform for the rest of the season, a really good base to everything that's still to come this year.
Meanwhile, up ahead, this is Marco Hubert and Peter de Toy. Hubert on the front here, and they are driving a fearsome pace as the race leaders on stage 5 of the Absa Cape Epic. And they, when last we checked, had 2 minutes and 25 of a lead. And judging by the pace of the chase group going into this little section as well, they may be increasing that lead because these guys are holding nothing back. They sense an opportunity to take a famous stage win here in somewhat traditional South African fashion on this stage. They want to make it count, and they're certainly giving it absolutely everything.
Well, Peter de Toy will no doubt be inspired by the victory. He was on that trade team that of Björkes and Base when they won in Stellenbosch in 2019. So really, he'll know exactly what it takes. He'll have been really witnessed it firsthand, and that year with his trade team, he was the backup team of Philip Base and Matthias Björkes. So just carrying forward the tradition of stage wins in the latter half of the race, and clearly highly motivated.
So it's a long flat drag, and then they'll hook into the trails, the purpose-built trails of Old Bethlehem Farm. They won't go to the very top of those, but there's some wonderful creative work done there by Conrad Stoltz, the former exterior world champion, building the trails up there, so they're going to enjoy those. But this group, no real urgency. Matt Beers on the front, their Speed Company Racing tucked in there for the time being. They've put away their rocket launchers and are biding their time, perhaps sensing an opportunity later in the day. But those opportunities will become fewer and fewer as they head into the latter stage of this race, because their single track abounds here. An opportunity to pass and make moves is going to be pretty tricky. Boschendal Trails here as they head upwards and into Old Bethlehem Farm. Du Toit working hard here, second wheel out the saddle. He's a big, solid man, and so he's having to really dig deep to stay with Marco Hubert. Around the dam shortly.
And surely they had their eyes targeting it on this stage. A team like this, you need to kind of beforehand pick out, okay, where do we sense an opportunity to go for a stage win, because eventually that is what every team at this race is dreaming about.
Well, there's their progression through the week. 11th in the prologue, 16th, 10th, and then really the 6th place on stage 3. You got a little bit yesterday, but 9th place on GC. They are riding themselves potentially a little bit higher up in the standings here. Santa Cruz are missing from this lead group, and they were less than a minute ahead of this pair. So there's a good chance they could pass them. Willia, Pirelli, Gesmeyer and Orr also within a minute of them. So that could be a target for them. And they quite likely could find themselves in 7th place at the end of the day, if this all stays as it is now. But as we've been saying, there's plenty of hard work still to be done. They'll be able to see the riders coming up the road down below them there.
Well, this all South African team will know the prestige that comes with a win at the Absa Cape Epic, a stage win. And although they are a little bit off the leaders board, well, they're still in the top 10 in the overall general classification. But a stage win is a highly prestigious title to have on your palmares. And the South Africans, there's a long tradition of South Africans, long breakaways towards the end of race week, and it's so fantastic to see this pair really carrying that through, and just coming off the beautiful section of SA Trails, and a great network of trails that joins the communities, and as they head onto the open roads. And we'll see some pictures certainly when the women head through the SA Trails section, and just keep an eye on really some of the some fantastic trails that everyone can ride in this region.
Yeah,
Gerald, you've ridden these trails a lot.
Yeah, Stefan, are you with us there?
Yes,
nice.
I'm with you.
Yeah, good. Tell us what the vibe is in that chase group. Is there much chasing going on, or are they just...
No, it doesn't seem to be much chasing, but also the wind is coming a bit from the front, and we have loose and sandy terrain, so riding is pretty tough at the moment. But it's a big bunch, and it looks like no one really wants to take the lead now, because yeah, I mean, it's about the stage victory, of course, but the guys want to reserve the energy for the overall classement.
So
and now heading into a single track. So let's see.
Do you see that this group not catching the leaders?
No, I think they're opening up the gap. The guys in front, Peter and Marcus. So yeah, the chances are getting higher and higher with every kilometer.
That gap around 2.5 minutes when last we heard. Oh, 3:31. Beg your pardon. So 3 minutes and 31 the lead. Yeah, that's a significant.
So extended a minute. Yeah, extended a minute already from the last water point. So they're putting in a big effort. I had troubles following the guys with the e-bike on the flat sections.
But lovely trials to come. You'll be enjoying those.
Yes, of course. It feels a little bit like a gruppetto now.
Yeah, it does
but
look.
Probably will speed up a bit towards the end.
Absolutely, yes. But lots of single track to come as they head around the mountains here. What a beautiful sight it is. Stefan, I don't know, do you enjoy looking around the sites here? Do you have a chance?
Yeah, of course. Once we're in an uphill, it's relatively easy for me, so I can have a look around and enjoy everything. I mean, this is also my former home trails. Kind of, we're approaching the place where I stayed for 2 years with my family.
Yeah, you were a resident of Stellenbosch for a little while, was Stefan. Wout Alleman on the back of this group, the Belgian champion. He and Fabian Ravenstein are riding together and going very nicely indeed, but the pace just cracking up a little bit now on the wall of this dam on Old Bethlehem Farm. Beautiful trails coming, and what a sight. You can see the cloud on the top of the mountain. That will be the telltale sign that there is a pretty stiff breeze buffeting these riders, and so there's little white caps on the dam. Hutchinson's Peak, the Devil's Tooth, presiding over these riders at the Old Bethlehem Farm, the Drachenstein Mountains. Dramatic visuals from stage 5 of the Absa Cape Epic. Absolutely spectacular, as Matt Bubier sits third wheel at the moment. Speed Company Racing looking again cohesive and sitting near the sharp end of this race right now, ready to pounce once again. Well, they have been animators throughout, but this pair, Marco Hubert and Peter de Toy, now 3.5 minutes clear for Imbuko Typedev. Can they hold it together? They've still got to get over that ridge on the far side and down into Stellenbosch.
But it is a significant gap, and especially now that we start hearing that the wind is also a factor in this race. If things get more tactical down at the chasing group, it's a good position to be in for this leading team here. So yeah, it's going to be quite exciting to see how it unfolds, and you can see they are absolutely giving it everything today. They can risk or allow to risk going very much into the red, because I mean a stage win in this race is quite something special, and it might mean that they will be a little bit more tired tomorrow and the day to come, but yeah, if you can go for a stage win in this race, you must.
It's a big tick in any mountain biker's career. A stage win at the most prestigious mountain bike stage race at this level in the world. It really is highly competitive. The best riders in the world, Olympic champions, world champions, national champions, they're all here. And these young men from South Africa are taking the fight to them right now, and have opened up a significant lead over these major contenders in the general classification.
These trails are beautiful trails. Gerald, you've ridden these. This is your backyard, also your home trails, and you'll know that there's a lot of fun and flowing sections here. But there's no fun at the moment for this team here. They're all business. It's all about that really a career-defining win for this pairing right now. It certainly shoots them into the limelight. We've seen them in the past. We look back at their results collectively, and Peter de Toy has completed 3 Absa Cape Epics, Marco Hubert 4, and they've been gradually, as the youngsters have been moving up the leaderboards over the years. 2018, Peter de Toy was 25th, and then into 23rd in 2019. He was riding in support of Bjerkes and Base that year, so not a true indication of necessarily his ability, because he had a different role at the race. But in 2021, they were 6th, which is highly significant. A fantastic performance from Peter de Toy in 2021. And Marco Hubert, also a top 10 rider at the race in 2021, in 9th spot. And he started his campaign, his Absa Cape Epic campaign, in 2016 at 22nd overall, moving to 18th, 11th. So another steady move into the limelight at the most competitive mountain bike stage race in the world. And it's clear that Marco Hubert and Peter de Toy have been targeting this year with all their training, all their efforts, all their energy has been focused on March in 2022. And this is really the culmination of all of that preparation, all of that focus is right now what you see in front of us, with them in the lead over 3.5 minutes on the chasing men's team.
Yeah, it's harsh, rough terrain this, but the trails have been beautifully crafted and created to give riders maximum enjoyment. Yes, there's going to be some hard work, little pitches and climbs, but you've got to earn that fun sometimes. And now it's a bit of open section for Marco Hubert and Peter de Toy. Behind them, the chase group on the single track and winding their way through the outer section of the trails on the Old Bethlehem Farm and Boschendal Farm as well.
Trails linking the communities up in the area, and the mountain bike communities certainly enjoying them. And SA Trails doing a great job. And we obviously saw that just to catch a glimpse of how cohesive the team of Peter de Toy and Marco Hubert is. This is significantly the first time they've ridden the Absa Cape Epic together, but there is no doubt as to how well they're riding together. They've felt each other. They've felt each other's abilities. They know each other very well from racing against each other, and with that, it makes a big difference when you know an athlete from a competitor's point of view when you pair up.
Definitely, because you already have that insight, that feeling where the strength and weaknesses of your partner is, and it's a huge advantage to have that knowledge, because it leaves less things in the unknown. So clearly a huge advantage.
Absolutely, and well, have they got enough of a lead? You would think with less than 20 k's to go that they have an opportunity now to start quietly thinking about what might be. Just a reminder, look at these trails, look at this wonderful, spectacular part of the Western Cape, and you will have an opportunity to ride them if you are bold enough to enter for the 2023 Absa Cape Epic, and you do so on Monday. So the race ends on Sunday, and you can enter on Monday and get focused and start preparing, get excited, because this is the sort of thing you can expect. Yes, it's hard, yes, it's tough, it's the Absa Cape Epic, and sometimes you get stopped in your tracks just like that. But it is the race that all amateurs aspire to complete and take part in, and all the professionals, well, it is at the pinnacle of their stage racing goals, that's for sure.
And it's the pinnacle of the Epic Series, and to enter, just take a look at all the details on the website, capeepic.com. Important that get really quick, we've said it already, get quick, get busy, and pay attention, because the entries have sold out in seconds over the past few years, and want to secure a spot in the 2023 race. Really just have your fingers ready.
Look at that wind buffeting these riders up on the lower slopes of the Drakensberg Mountains.
Definitely the wind plays a massive role here towards the end of the race. We saw up until this point they had a nice tailwind, and that is why the first part of this race has gone by relatively quickly, simply because there was a lot of tailwind. And now it seems like the wind starts blowing from the front and sometimes from the side, and it creates a little bit of a different scenario here.
Coming from all different directions. The wind does play a role in when there is a scenario such as this, with the chase group behind a lone team leading the race, and certainly when it comes to the chasers, it's all about the impetus and who wants to take charge, because we know very well that to spend time up front riding into the headwind with the other teams in your draft, there's a little bit less motivation when you know you're using 25 or even 30% more energy than the team behind, which will of course play into the favor of the Buco type dev team up ahead. And the last time check showing they had over a 3-minute advantage, 3.5-minute advantage over that chasing group.
Well, now they're on to more of these trails, a little bit of a climb, and then they'll sweep down through these single trails built here and maintained in superb condition on Old Bethlehem Farm, and they're all part of a network here in the Western Cape that was launched recently. A lot of independent trails, so all over the Western Cape, have been linked together, not directly with trails, but linked via the Winelands mountain bike trail pass. You can buy one pass that'll get you to ride trails in Grabouw and in Helderberg and in Stellenbosch and Dornier and all the trails we've seen already, and then down through these trails at Boschendal to Franschhoek, where they've ridden at the Berg River Dam, and out to Paarl and Wellington. So one pass, you just need to purchase that and ride these. You can also buy one pass at wherever the trailhead is, at the specific trail you want to ride. But it is open to the public with a purchase of a pass, and you can come and enjoy these trails. The very trails that the best riders in the world are tackling right now. And we are now with the women who seem to have come past the Berg River Dam section and are on that lovely piece of single track. As I said, this is also part of that Winelands Trail section the Franschhoek mountain bike community have put together.
And these two teams are riding, having a blistering ride today, riding so strong at the front. And it's kind of been a theme here the past days that some teams are, it seems like they found a nice rhythm and a steady rhythm and found the level. And it is kind of, if you enter this race well prepared with a good base, you can actually, ride yourself almost a little bit into stronger or better shape throughout the week. Yes, you get tired, but somehow your body adapts much better if you come into this race well prepared. So it seems like it's these two teams are really going strong right now.
Well, we've reached the 80-kilometer mark, and we'd like to have a chat to Isla Stowe, who's on the e-bike following the riders. Isla, can you hear us?
I can hear you, yes.
Tell us what the pace is like, and are the riders cooperating well?
So the pace has been dependent on the wind and dependent who wants to work, but I think these ladies know that they need to work together.
And just tell us about those wind conditions out there.
Yeah, the wind, it's mostly a tailwind, but it is every now and again a bit of a headwind.
Right, and how do the leaders' teams look in terms of when it comes just approaching that finale as they're about to climb up towards Helshoogte?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what actually happens and how things play out. It's difficult to say just yet what's going to happen.
So there's no clear indication as to who looks stronger on the day.
50-50. I think Candice has been working quite hard lately. I think Hayley's definitely protecting Sophia. So we'll see how the two weaker ones do, which one's going to be a better teammate to the other.
Great insights out on the trails there from Isla Stowe on the e-bike. Really get a rider's view of the race, and from the great insights from the e-bikes really help us and help fans understand exactly what the riders are going through in the Absa Cape Epic. And there's still all to play for the 91 Songo Specialized team, with cooperating very well with Faces Roller. With the Ailing today, is really the Ailing team as BMC MTB Racing had a fantastic day yesterday with a stage win, and today, seems to be the pattern, as we've talked about before, the pattern of them having a great day and then not such a great day afterwards. So Faces Roller they've got all to gain from this, because they will move on the overall general classification. They will move from third to second spot overall if the momentum continues.
What we saw just before we cut back to the men was actually within the specialized team. I think it was Sophia. She was looping her chain, just like we saw with the men's team. So clearly it's part of the strategy within the specialized camp. It is a focus on keeping the bikes smooth and going, and an essential part of that is keeping the chain in a healthy condition. And it really helps to, if you can have some loop, to loop the chain. It makes a big difference, and it can avoid having to deal with a broken chain towards the end of the race.
Flying through these beautiful trails, they really are spectacular. On Old Bethlehem Farm, the vegetable farm there. The community of Kylemore use these trails for hiking and walking up into the mountains, and of course the mountain bikers in the region also get to enjoy these wonderful trails. They'll leave them very shortly and then head into the little village of Kylemore. There's a checkpoint there, and then we head into that final climb of Helshoogte, and then it's sort of Helshoogte and Botmaskop before dropping into Stellenbosch. And this pair are absolutely flying. Marco Hubert, Peter de Toy from Ibuko Type Dev, out of the gates and out of Old Bethlehem. Not quite, they've got a little bit more to do, in fact, on the farm, as they turn right back into the farm, and a little bit more trail down towards the river as they checkpoint right here. We should get a time for them here. 3 hours 27, and they've done 101 kilometers. They are flying.
100 Ks into the stage, and they've done fantastically to get this gap. They attacked at the perfect moment, just when Speed Company Racing were hauled back in, which, of course, Speed Company Racing is the team to watch for all of the teams in terms of overall general classification. And the team that we see in the picture now are not a major threat to Toyota 91 Specialized. So no great urgency, and they just managed to get that gap without too much urgency of chase behind and extend it. And now it's all about maintaining that gap and managing their energies towards the finish, and of course taking no risks on the descent. We saw the very careful management and the presence of mind of the women's team leaders, 91 Songo Specialized, to take a little bit of time, a little bit of respite on the flat open roads to lubricate the chain. And it's all about keeping the bike in perfect working order. Just a little bit about that lubing of the chain, and traditionally we would imagine that as mountain bikers we know that keeping the chain in good condition means that the parts don't wear out as fast, but that's not really necessarily the important part of lubing a chain. At this point for the professionals, they do generally get their equipment changed sometimes every day, sometimes every 2 days. So it's not about the wear on the chain, it's more about keeping the chain lubricated, and so often what happens with the dust is that the dust gets into the links and stiffens the chain up. So of course when the riders are on the gas, when they're shifting under load, that chain can very easily get unshipped just when one of the links perhaps gets stiffened up, and that can cause some major pressure on one or two of the links, which has in the past, we've seen it many times, caused a broken chain. So really important that everything keeps running smoothly, with Simon Schneller just trying to cut that corner. And so about concentration now, with 100 Ks or so done, it's very easy for the attention to wander, and especially now when the race starts to reach fever pitch in a finale such as this, with all to play for in the stage number 5, 115 kilometers, and still a big climb to go. He'll need to get into a very good position, try and get near the front in case there's a major move at the front. We know for sure that judging by the past history of the Speed Company Racing and the way they've animated the race, it's clear if they've got energy, if they've got even the slightest bit left in them, they will go full gas on this climb and try to create a gap, and try to put some more time into the leaders, Canyon North Wave, and put them under pressure.
And this will actually be what we are all waiting to see. Have they got any more matches in them? It's something you talk about within cycling, is every time you go and attack or put in a massive effort, you burn a match. And we've seen them burn a lot of matches on this stage already. I mean, I'm so impressed. They're going at a speed that you would normally see in the shorter distances, like XCO racing or short track racing. And they seem like to manage to come back from every single time they have to put in a big effort. But I wonder if, because by now they have done like 2 or 3 huge efforts, so will they have one final effort left in them that can put everybody else on the back foot on this final climb?
Well, they've just swept through that checkpoint, the chase group, and they are 3 minutes and 24 seconds back. So they've sort of clawed back 5 seconds or so, but with that last climb to come, and there's Hubert and Dutoy. It is a climb, a single track climb along Elandskloof Pass. Trails SA have built this. It's one of those community trails to help not just mountain bikers, but commuters and people walking up and down the road to walk and travel safely. So 3:24 is the gap back to the chase group. But this climb up the road, it's not a particularly steep climb, it's a drag. They'll get over the top of Franschhoek Pass, and then they'll hook into the single track climb proper on Botmaskop. But Hubert and Dutoy look to have it pretty much in their hands right now.
Just seeing a bit of a gap develop there, and really they need to be very careful not to keep that cohesive teamwork going between the two teams. It doesn't help the rider behind if they're not in the draft. Of course, if there is a stronger partner in that duo, it's really important that nurses his partner home and it lets him save some energy. You can see the struggling, the head goes down, the rider behind. It's all about keeping really just preserving the energy and evening out the load. The rider at the front, especially in winds like this, will be using a little bit more energy. Clearly the stronger rider just needs to allow the rider behind a little bit of respite, a little bit of opportunity to stay in that drive. Looks back, knows he has to just let off the gas, but at the same time he's got that urgency that that any rider will get when a rider knows they're in the lead, when they know there's all to play for. Very, very keen to keep the momentum going, and it is a balance between keeping the impetus going, but also looking after the partner and protecting the partner from the wind. Just doesn't really look very good for this pairing. We saw it yesterday with Robin de Groot and Pauline Ferrand-Prévot. Pauline Ferrand-Prévot just eager to get to the finish. With, of course, the chasing team just really breathing down their necks with that gap coming down. And it could be the same scenario here. This could be a pivotal point in the race where the two really need to be cooperating at this point.
But we also saw on this road that they were able to actually have, I think it was one of the team cars, so they have some of their team leaders, part of their team, riding next to them in the car, and maybe they can actually give them the exact information. Okay, you're in the lead, and your gap to the rest of the field is 3.5 minutes. So maybe they will get this information, and maybe they will know, okay, this is our final climb, and we can still make it.
You saw there, Marco, there, just looking over his shoulders, he crossed the road to make sure check where Peter de Troy was. This is the chase group, and they are now heading on to that section of single track at the bottom, right at the bottom of the river crossing of the Carmel Road. So these guys are in the last little pitch up towards the top of the pass. And yeah, Peter de Troy, he knows how to suffer, the man from Potchefstroom. Head down, he wobbles around quite a bit on his bike, but my word, he knows how to dig deep and work hard for his teammate. Marco Hubert looking rock solid up ahead, and Peter de Troy just starting to edge to close that gap.
So it's certainly all out for this pair. They are emptying themselves on this trail. Really, they've got it's a do or die effort. They know that tomorrow, after an effort like this, tomorrow they will suffer, but tomorrow is the furthest thing from their minds right now. First and foremost is that stage win and maintaining that gap that they have. They might well have some time gaps in their ears already. They may well know exactly how much of an advantage they have over that chase team. They might even know that the chase team isn't chasing as hard as they could. And this is their golden opportunity to get their name in lights.
And I tell you what, getting their names in lights are the Trails SA crew who built this, because they really have worked so hard. I've seen them for the last year or two working tirelessly at creating this alternate to riding on the road, and these riders in the Absa Cape Epic are experiencing this trail, and it's an opportunity for them to show off the work and to show mountain bikers that you don't have to ride up the road on Huguenot Pass, which is quite a very busy piece of the road network here in the Western Cape, and you can ride safely on the skirt of the road, if you like. And now on the other side of the barrier, they're closing in towards the top. And the hotels, guest houses and restaurants in this area, this is also a sort of safer way for their clients to get from one guest house restaurant to another along these trails.
Residents of the area enjoying a fantastic lifestyle for the mountain bikers. But in terms of lifestyle, there's really one thing on these riders' minds right now, and that's getting over that last climb past Helshoogte, down Botmaskop downhill section safely and into the Kutsenberg Stadium and in Stellenbosch. And an auspicious day for these two, looking to match their fellow South Africans, Base and Bucas, and none other than Candice Lill, who has won here before.
They're giving it absolutely everything. They know that this is the last really tough climb of today, and can they get over this the climb with as big a gap as possible, it puts them in a very good position to take the stage win. Meanwhile, we go back to the chasing bunch, and we can see it's once again, it looks like it's Speed Company Racing kind of animating the chase right now.
There's a surprise.
Well, Speed Company Racing really are at the moment effectively the biggest enemy of Mbuko Type Dev right now, because they're the main animators. The overall general classification teams in this chase group are not that fussed about a team like Mbuko Type Dev, who are 9th overall, 40 minutes down on general classification. But it comes down to who's going to be chasing, who's going to be animating this chase group right now. And it is highly likely, we've seen it historically, and when we say historically, the entire week of Team Speed Company Racing. And I did neglect to mention that in Stellenbosch we were last year in 2019, and stage winners on stage 6. We talked about stage 5, that was the transition day. Stage 5 was won by Besa and Bierkus and Lil Marath, but stage 6 was won by none other than Annika Langval, and of course when you were riding with Anna van der Breggen. Does it bring back memories?
Oh, it brings back a lot of good memories. It was a good time racing with her. Of course, this was very unfamiliar terrain for her in every single way, coming from the road and having not done that much amount of mountain biking. I must say it was quite impressive to just kind of take on this race and just really going for it. And yeah, she was going quite well.
And Stellenbosch has a history in not only in mountain biking. We've seen the trails already, and Gerald talking about the Trails SA network, and also the first winners, in fact, in Stellenbosch were in 2004 in the Absa Cape Epic history, and that was the inaugural Absa Cape Epic 2004. It was won overall by Platt Hamens, and in fact Platt and Hamens won in Stellenbosch in the stage going into Stellenbosch. And in the women's category, Louise Coben and Hilary Harrison won that stage. Of course, the winningest rider in Stellenbosch, coming into Stellenbosch, is actually someone who has Stellenbosch as their second home, Christoph Sauser. He has taken 3 stage victories in Stellenbosch.
So now they're climbing up, they've left the road, they're climbing up onto the lower reaches of Botmaskop. They're heading up to a section called Goddess, which is a long, beautiful traverse climb, not again particularly steep, just a gradual drag, and Peter de Toy is called through by his partner Marco Hubert and told, come, we're going to have to wind this up a bit. We've perhaps conceded a few seconds on that climb. The chase group, they're sensing, must be starting to get animated behind them, knowing the way Speed Company Racing have been going. So they want to make sure they get to the top of this climb still with a relatively comfortable lead. The yellow jerseys, well, they've done exactly what's required today.
Riding with their heads, and just they know that the most important teams to keep their eyes on, just limiting their efforts and managing their energy. The team that they are looking out for very carefully is the second team on overall general classification, and it's not exactly a huge lead, and certainly when it comes to this late in the race at 4 minutes 48, Speed Company Racing in second spot overall, and Toyota 91 Specialized at 6 minutes and 50. So the top 3 positions still, really, it's still wide open this late into the race. I'm not sure if I remember a race having been this close on stage 5.
But what we see here in the chasing group, quite interestingly, is right now in the picture I only spot one yellow jersey. So it means that I think it must be Stosek. I would guess he is a little bit up the road from this group, and the strategy might be that the yellow jerseys wants to keep the pace relatively high. That will limit the chances of other teams being able to attack a team like the Speed Company Racing. So I guess that is the tactic what we see unfold here right now.
Top of Huguenot Pass now, this little trail adjacent to the road next to the entrance to Delagraph. They've got a few more meters and they'll turn right off the road, to left of the road, and head up onto the slopes of Botmaskop. Yep, that's the group. No yellow jersey there. Is he at the back? No, he's not. Yeah.
I'm assuming, I'm just guessing, but I'm assuming he must be up ahead. Yeah, I think
there he is. Yep.
If it was not an e-bike, we need to confirm that. But it could be a very, very good and wise tactic, because we know whenever Speed Company Racing have the chance to go and attack, they grab it. But if the yellow jerseys can kind of keep the pace relatively high, well, it will put Speed Company Racing a little bit more on the limit and limit the chances that they are capable of yet another attack.
And so the team up ahead now in the lead, the race lead, Dutoy and Joubert. It all depends, that gap all depends on the agendas of the chase group. Of course, their agendas are the overall general classification, not necessarily for the stage. And look back at the stage results for this year already. We've seen Beers and Blevins have won a stage, and Seerwald and Stozek have won a stage, and of course Egger and Baum have won a stage. So fact, Beers and Blevins have won 2 stages. Yesterday's stage with a great sprint finish. But it's going to be really interesting to see how it all unfolds with Eggers and Baum and what their plans are for the day. There is a bit of a gap. That group has really thinned out, and it's clear that the pace is super high. We do see the Bulls, which is encouraging for Huber and Schneller. They could be on another good day and another chance to get on the podium for the highly experienced Bulls team. Haven't had the best week and haven't seen the podium yet, but it's likely that today they're on it. They understand that they have a chance. They've been in the group, they've been ever present, and as true marathoners, as true stage race specialists, they know that the latter half of the week is their time.
We see here the Canyon North Wave team. They're really approaching this the final of this stage in a very clever way. They might not have the same like punchy firepower like the Speed Company Racing, and knowing that maybe they can't really match the punch of that team, well, they have to apply a different strategy. So they just kind of up the pace a little bit and make it like a hard grinding pace all the way to the top, and that will put the Speed Company Racing a little bit more in the hurt box, and just kind of taking that sting out of them.
Well, Peter de Toy has been put to the front here by Marco Hubert. He was the man who looked as though he was suffering a little bit going up that last section of Helshoogte. And the way he's digging so deep here, head down, you sense he's really just having to empty his tank here. And Marco Hubert doing the right thing here, making sure that they stay together and just staying on the back on this beautiful trail. This is the Goddess Trail, as I said. It snakes around, hugs the contour of this Botmaskop. There are 1 or 2 very steep, very short little pitches with quite a steep drop down the right-hand side. So later on in the day, riders who are fatiguing, they're going to be just a little weary in getting up there. But these guys will deal with it no problem at all. Beautiful trail it is. And it takes them to not quite the top of Botmaskop. It'll take them to the top of the penultimate section of single track, and then they'll drop down a switchback laden trail called Corkscrew, and then down into Stellenbosch. Beautiful stuff.
Oh, we can't wait to see the footage of that. And the pair up front are riding. They are absolutely inspired. They're riding with all heart. This is the first time they've really, in the Absa Cape Epic, had a free rein. That's the first time they've been on the front. First time they've been in a breakaway this late into the race. And they are buoyed by that feeling as the race extends, and we see Speed Company Racing, and really an urgent pace. But let's get up ahead and see what that gap is.
Well, the Bulls have dropped off. Speed Company Racing have dropped off. Now, who are the remaining riders up here? That's Matthew Beers, the South African marathon champion. Just ahead of him, the world marathon champion, Andres Seuvalt, and Beers' partner, Chris Blevins, ahead. And as observed earlier by Annika, we've got Martin Stosek a little bit further up the road.
Clearly, the Speed Company Racing, just we talked about them burning so many matches earlier on, and this is really the telling point in the race when it gets to fever pitch. All to gain is the Toyota 91 Specialized team. We don't see the other yellow jersey. We will see exactly where the Martin Stosek is riding at the moment and where he is on the trail. But Speed Company Racing have been distanced, and this plays well into the hands of Toyota 91 Specialized, who are lying 3rd overall. They will look to get back they're a 6 minutes and 50 back, and they'll be chasing after that 2nd spot on the podium, looking to pick them off. Speed Company Racing at 4:48. So a 2-minute deficit they would like to make up. And just to spare a thought back, and we look at that 4th spot on the overall GC. Buff Megamo are having a terrible day out. They've lost over 10 minutes already. And all to gain would be the Bulls team, who are sitting behind them, around about 15 minutes behind them, about 14 and a half minutes behind them. And that 10-minute gap will be super useful for the Bulls as they aim to move up 1 more spot on the overall general classification.
The Santa Cruz are dropping like stones as well. They at the last checkpoint, 101 kilometres. Keegan Swenson and Maxime Marot were 14 minutes down. Scott Schramm were 13 minutes and 40 seconds down. So we'll see changes in the middle of the top 10 in the general classification, I fancy, today.
Interesting move here. There are 3 riders we see, and we are missing the yellow jersey. We don't see where he is right now. And it's clear that Matt Beers and Christopher Blevins are riding in sync. And that rider up ahead that we just see entering the picture now, that is the leader of the, well, that's the Canyon Northwave team. So it's clear that everything is together more or less effectively. There is a bit of a gap, but these two teams are together and chasing after the Imbuco type dev riders who are on a breakaway, looking to gain that stage win, get that stage win under the belt, and change their lives, basically putting their names into lights at the most competitive mountain bike stage race in the world. That stage race will mean a lot to this team. But of course, there is a major agenda between Canyon Northwave and Toyota 91 Specialized, looking to unseat and get rid of their rivals, the attacking and highly aggressive Speed Company Racing.
Beautiful ride up this single track, all the way along this, hugging this quite remote little gully, the valley over there. This is the Absa African Jersey leaders, and they are flying down already.
So they're doing that jersey proud, and seen a tradition of riders attacking in that jersey, so it's great to see that tradition being carried on in 2021. We didn't really see a lot of the this kind of attacking behavior, but certainly in 2019 with Philip Bass and Matthias Bucas really having a great day out, heading into Stellenbosch. So Peter du Toit and Marco Joubert just on these single track sections and managing their switchbacks really well.
It is so loose. I was up there just this time last week, and it is so loose and dry and pebbly. Yeah. So there are a dozen switchbacks in this little section, and you can lose it. So they know it well, but yeah, it does change in the surface a little bit every time you come down here.
And they know it very well, and that does play into their favor, and also plays into their favor that it's not wide open roads. We are yet to see exactly what the time gap is, but without the opportunity to really put the power down, someone like Matthew Beers really has got plenty of power, being a slightly bigger rider. And these single track sections just they're really running out of open road to make inroads into this pair at the front.
Yeah, once they drop off Botmaskop, there's a short section of road up about 200 meters, and then a long downhill tar road section before they get to cross the river down the bottom there. So there's not many opportunities here, but Marco Joubert is absolutely on fire today. The man from the Eastern Cape, now based in Wellington, and he's just loving these trails.
And they know at this point that they have done the hardest part of the course already. Now they just have to kind of keep it all together and nicely to the finish line. But it will also depend a little bit on what tactics is going on here behind them. We can see there are a few gaps opening up just a little bit. Ooh, and this is a deciding moment. So Chris Blevins not seeing clearly what direction the course is going in, and then that actually leaves, because before he was kind of between the two riders of the Canyon Northwave team, and now actually both Canyon Northwave riders are in front of the Specialized team.
They've got the bit between their teeth, the Imbuco giant pair, Marco Joubert and Peter du Toit. Another little section as they fly down, a couple of switchbacks here. They are on the downhill run on Botmaskop and into Stellenbosch. The finish is beckoning, and a famous win for an all South African team here.
Yeah, it's really, it looks like they've held it together really well, but let's not talk too soon. Let's not jinx that. And of course, as South Africans, we are all behind the all South African pair. But we have to remember that there is...
Now that's a problem. Beers comes down. This is, as we were saying, very, very loose terrain on these switchbacks. And Matthew Beers has lost it there. Not seemingly too much time lost and too much damage done, but he's back on the bike.
Well, we saw how loose it was on those trails, and clearly just the urgency of the chase. It's not necessarily chasing after the leaders. Their agenda really is to put time into Speed Company Racing. This pair are cooperating Canyon Northwave and 91 Songo Specialized, distancing Speed Company Racing. That's what they're looking for. They're looking to put time into the German pair, the aggressive German pair. And the team up the road isn't necessarily part of their agenda today. They're not looking necessarily to catch them, but they are definitely looking to put time into Speed Company Racing and their other rivals to extend that lead. Canyon Northwave have all to gain by putting more minutes into their rivals And it may sound very ruthless, but the campaign of Mbuko Type Dev is not necessarily part of their agenda today. It's they really are. It's almost immaterial to the general classification leaders as to who wins the stage. It's all about putting time into their nearest rivals.
Yes, these pair, the Mbuko Type Dev pair, 40 minutes down on general classification. They won't worry about that. What is their focus here is putting themselves on the top step of the stage podium, and they are doing everything right at the moment. Marco Hubert and Peter de Toy, and it looks like the Speed Company Racing may have had an issue there as well on those switchbacks. Yeah, they must be taken carefully because they are very, very loose and sketchy. They're not the sort of trails you can fly down and let the brakes go. You've got to really work. Stosek goes up the road still. He's just a little bit ahead of Andreas Servolt, and we saw Matt Beers have his problems. So the yellow jersey pair with a little bit of a gap on Toyota 91 Specialized, Beers and Blevins, who should come through very shortly. They come now.
Well, already 10 seconds, 11, 12 seconds have elapsed since the last rider of the yellow jerseys passed through there. So that 10-second gap could be significant. And let's see what happens on those flat sections. If this is just necessarily one of those trail gaps that you see. Of course, we did see Matthew Beers come down and lose a little bit of time. No harm done. It looks like Matt Beers is back on 100% race pace. So most importantly, what is happening to Speed Company Racing? How much time have they lost? Did they have an issue? But of course, we will be perhaps a lot more focused on what's happening up the road with the leaders of the day, the Mbuko Type Dev riders.
There's the finish down there. This some of these trails, of course, date back to the late 90s and the very first World Cup downhill that was held on this this mountain back in 1997. Rand Buerta built some of those trails, and some of those still exist, but upgraded, updated, and new trails built by various people. Kim Lord, Mark Gordon, as well as Conrad Stolz. So they've all been heavily involved here. Sean Havenga, there's so many trail builders. Bennett Nell, likewise. They are brilliant, skilled trail builders and giving these riders the rides of their lives.
Definitely, but in these conditions, you need to stay super focused. Especially now, I can tell you that every single rider feels a lot of fatigue in the bodies. What we saw interesting now is actually that it seems like the speed has gone out a little bit of the Speed Company Racing, which is understandable because they've been burning so many matches on this stage. Well, actually, in this entire race up until this point. And it seems like the issues and the attacks that they did earlier today, they're starting to pay for it a little bit here.
Yeah, the Litify going up the Rusty Gate climb immediately, and then were caught, and then again had that crash, and maybe went off course a little bit, pulled back, and then attacked again, and perhaps now they're paying the price for that. But you know what? It's been wonderful entertainment watching them do it anyway.
Great entertainment. They really have been animating this race from day one.
So we're getting towards the finish. We saw a glimpse of the race village in the distance there at Kutsenberg. It's not far now as the Mbuko Type Dev pair head towards potential historic win here for South Africa. Big gaps have opened up in this chase group. Really, really wide open in this race at the moment as we keep looking for the Mbuko Type Dev team as they're heading down the end of this trail. They may well be off Botmaskop by now.
Well, they're heading for that time check at around about the 110 kilometer mark with 5 kilometers to go, and they have yet to pass through there, so still quite a bit to go. And it's just from looking at the terrain, it looks like it all still could play in the favor of the South African team, the Breakaway team, the great and bold move that they made, and in fact perfect timing for them just after the Speed Company Racing were hauled in.
Well, if you consider how close the bunch was a little bit earlier, these are huge gaps. This is Sasha Weber and Jaco Venter of Tregvorde. They're having a fine day today. Flying down, drops the seat post as Sasha Weber just checks on Jaco, and down they go. Jaco 7 weeks ago, had a broken collarbone, hit a buck during a race in the Tonko region, and has been recovering from that, and perhaps that's why they've got stronger and stronger. Hasn't done too much riding since then, but now enjoying the opportunity to ride. So these two are two on the lower slopes of Botmaskop.
Well, we never want to speak too soon, but they look like they're managing their efforts really well. They're staying on the pace, but hopefully they're not taking too many risks on these loose trails on the downhill section. And yes, they are indeed the leading men of the day on the stage. And we saw their gap being up to around about 3.5 minutes or so. That was before, of course, before the climb up to the Elandskloof section. That was at Karmoor. And we have got about 9 kilometers between those two time checks, and it'll be telling to see how they've measured their efforts, and of course what kind of damage was done on that descent when we saw Matt Beers just pushing a little bit too hard, losing traction and losing some, and hopefully not losing too much skin, as he got up pretty quickly and was able to continue at more or less race pace. But when you crash like that, sometimes the momentum just comes out of the motivation to chase.
Especially when your body is this fatigued as it is right now. It's easier to kind of lose the rhythm a little bit once you get or have to deal with getting back into the rhythm. But then again, we do know that Matt Beers has a pretty good engine, and we know that here in the ladder, the run into the finish line has some fast rolling tar sections, so maybe they will be able to still catch up with the team in front of them, the Canyon North Wave.
Well, they've got 5Ks to catch them and 5Ks to go for the Imbuco type dev riders, Peter du Toit and Marco Joubert. They've passed through that time check, and around about the 110 kilometer mark. We don't have official time and distances right now, but we are waiting for the other riders to come through that time check. And so far there's been almost a 1 minute time has elapsed, and still no sign of the chasing team, the yellow jerseys. And we do see that the yellow jerseys are together with the Toyota 91 Specialized team. So that rivalry, that alliance, or whatever you want to call it right now, it's pretty much neutralized, but they are putting time into Speed Company Racing. This is their biggest concern. It's their biggest objective. If they are to cooperate between them, they are not necessarily looking to catch up to the potential stage winners. It's all about how much time they can put into those aggressive German riders.
Just over 2 minutes between the Speed Company Racing and Toyota 91 Specialized on GC going into today's stage. So an opportunity here for Beers and Blevins as they put the finishing touches to this wonderful section of single track, this last road crossing, and then it'll be the final little section, and then it's on to those roads at which the Imbuco Type Dev team are already on, heading down towards the crossing of the Eerste River and then up into Kutsenberg. Little drag up and then down into Kutsenberg.
Well, we can never speak too soon, but we do know that the Imbuco Type Dev riders have they've done really well on this section, on this 10K section. It's difficult to see what the time gaps were because, of course, we didn't have time checks, and with the tight trails, very hard to tell, but we do know that they already have, it looks like they've still got a 2.5 minute advantage over the chasing team, Canyon North Wave, MTB, and Toyota 91 Specialized. They have gone through the open road, the flat tar section. Hopefully they've managed their efforts well, and they've saved just a little bit for the last 4 or 5 kilometers as they head into Stellenbosch.
Very close now. This little drag, this little kicker here, they'll go over this and drop down onto the fields. They're very close to home. 2 minutes 24, and Imbuco Type Dev look as though they have put the finishing touches here. Well, they're putting the finishing touches to an extraordinary ride by these two young men, Marco Joubert and Peter du Toit. They did have a 3 minute and 31 second lead going into the Huguenot Pass climb, but they leaked a little bit of that. But digging deep now on this last steep pitch towards the end of stage number 5, just under 4 hours.
Yeah, and then by now they can basically smell the finish line. And when you get to this point in the race, you know that it gives you just a little bit more power in the legs. It really makes all the difference that you know you're out there, you did all the hard work, you're in the lead, you're about to take a stage win, and it's sometimes you just feel like you're flying. You find some some energy somewhere hidden in your body that you didn't know about.
And you look over your shoulder, you think, are they there? Are they there? Where? How close are they? And as the closer you get to the finish, I'm sure, the closer they feel to you. But they're just putting every effort in. It's a short but steep little pitch, and that is the top of it. And now they'll fly down to the cricket fields. They're a little bit of a left and a right before they get to the field. The Eerste River to their right, and Marco Hubert gives Peter du Toit a little nudge to get him down this hill, and putting their finishing touches to a fantastic day. What a ride by these two. They've promised over the last few days. We've seen them there and thereabouts early on. They've had some bad luck, but they've really putting it all down here and making sure they get safely around that little bend. And they'll be on the flat very, very shortly.
Well, let's not forget there were animators on the stages in the early part of the week, and perhaps those attacks didn't stick, but they attacked today at the perfect time, just when the impetus was coming out of the chase. And of course, with their deficit on overall GC, they are allowed a bit of leeway, a little bit of slack in allowing them to go up the road, with very much relying on the other general classification teams that we see right now in the picture, yellow jerseys and team Toyota 91 Specialized.
And what we see right now is actually an even bigger gap has opened up between these two teams. So the yellow jerseys are just a little bit up the road, leaving the Toyota 91 Specialized here to do all the chasing.
Turning onto the fields at the Stellenbosch University grounds, it is Peter du Toit and Marco Hubert of Imbuco Type Dev, and a long-range attack by the two South Africans, riding in the colours of the Absa African jersey leaders. And the finish is right here. They're onto the cricket field, and they're almost shaking their heads in disbelief. They are riding themselves into a little bit of South African mountain bike history here, as they join a growing list of South Africans, exclusive it is, who have won stages at the Absa Cape Epic. It is Hubert and du Toit, the latest additions to that list. They become riders 11 and 12 from South Africa to win stages in the men's race at the Absa Cape Epic. They take victory on stage 5 at Stellenbosch, and they have put their names in lights today for sure. Marco Hubert and Peter du Toit of Imbuco Type. They're broad smiles for them, and a job fantastically well done today.
What a ride. They sensed exactly when to go on the attack, and it was a perfect moment here.
Well, the team owner there, Dinas, giving his riders a big hug, and he'll be a very, very proud man. Look at the smiles in these young men. It's all about the stage. They're 40 minutes down on general classification. Never mind that. They have taken a stage at the Absa Cape Epic. What a day.
Well, with a win like this and the chaos that's been caused up the road, and probably a lot of it is due to Speed Company Racing, in that they will move up that board and be able to start moving towards that top 5. We've seen Scott SRAM pretty much given up on the stage hopes today, and all of those riders who were in that top 7, top 8 in front of them. But we're looking at the yellow jerseys now. Really important to know that looking back at that time gap at the 101 kilometer mark, the 110 kilometer mark, that Speed Company Racing were 4 minutes and 17 seconds back. So just putting a bit of extra time. Canyon Northwave cementing that, solidifying their position as the leaders of the race on general classification.
Head round onto the cricket field. Yep, the Canyon Northwave. We focus on the stage winners, but Canyon Northwave, the overall race leaders, have not put a foot wrong again today. They have been absolutely outstanding.
And smart racing here, because they, based on what they learned yesterday with having to go into a final sprint with a specialized team, they were like, okay, we're not going to wait till the finish line. We're going to make the selection a little bit earlier on, and that seems to be a very smart move here, and that's why they can cross over the finish line here to take second on the day.
Stosek and Servold, race leaders, take second on the day, just ahead of the Toyota 91 Specialized pair of Chris Blevins and Matt Beers, who may have been hampered a little bit by that off that Beers had on the single track up on Botmaskop. But that is a genuine warm embrace from Matt Beers, who will be delighted for his fellow South Africans at the way they rode today and took the stage win, but he'll also be delighted with the way he rode as well. Look at the smile. He knows the feeling as well, of course. He's been there before.
He certainly does know the feeling, and he rode directly to them. He didn't even take a drink. He went straight to them to congratulate. Clearly thrilled that South Africans are getting their name in lights at the Cape Epic, and on stage 5, one of the historic stage locations that the race has visited over the years. Now we're going to go down to Jazz to see quite soon. We're going to be able to hear exactly from the race winners, stage winners of today, Du Toit and Joubert. And just looking at the second and third spots, and coming in 2 minutes after them, Seerveld, Stozek, and a couple of seconds beyond that, Matthew Beers and Christopher Blevins. And all eyes on Speed Company Racing to see how they come in, what kind of time they've lost. And we did see there might have been an incident with them on the trails. They were overtaken by the Bulls. And here came the Bull. The Bulls are in fourth. They came in fourth today on the stage. And at that 110-kilometer mark, we did see them on about 3 minutes 25 back off the stage leaders of the day. Exciting to see some supporters out there. Great to see the supporters out. And behind all of the, be able to witness the South African fans being able to witness all South African victory.
And here they are, the Speed Company Racing. And we did see them fading quite a lot here towards the end of the stage. We don't know if they had an actual issue with tires or a crash. Anyways, we saw them really fading here towards the end of today's stage, but still riding strong. And now they can cross the finish line here in 5th place. But boy, were they animating the stage here today yet again, huh?
Absolute entertainers they have been. Georg Egger and Lucas Baum of Speed Company Racing. Wonderful to see them bringing the racing again. Yes, they attacked early. They had their issues today. They attacked again and eventually just ran out of steam. And may have had a slide off down that switchback descent. But they have, again, brought some wonderful entertainment. 4 minutes and 20 seconds down on the stage winners today, Imbuko Type Dev, as the riders make their way to beautiful Stellenbosch, which is the race home for today. Tomorrow's race will incorporate a multitude of the trails available here in Stellenbosch as they head into Jonkershoek, which is under that cloud up there, and they will also head up Botmaskop and around the Banhoek trails again. So just a fantastic opportunity for them to experience this and for you to enjoy these best riders in the world tackling these incredible trails. Really, really sensational. Sensational win today for the Imbuko Type Dev pair, Marco Joubert and Peter Du Toit, and Jazz is talking to the two young South Africans.
Marco, Pitt, you said you were going to bring the fireworks today.
Yeah, pretty surreal feeling. I mean, I think like halfway in, there was like 2 climbs where I nearly dropped. So to finish like the day like this is just unreal. So unexpected, actually.
And that was a classic road move to go there?
Matt just closed the gap to the yellow jerseys, and there was a bit of a gap to the rest of the bunch. I was like, Marco, let's go. And like next moment we had a gap, and just riveting it to the finish. Like just I was in the red chewing gels, but thanks Marco. Awesome to take my first stage win with you. Yes, what a privilege.
So how do you manage that when you're away and you're sort of not too sure how hard they're chasing and how big the gap is?
To be honest, like it was just flat box, like no thinking about pacing, not even looking at the case to go. It was just like all in or nothing. I think we also got lucky with the tailwind in some sections, but also there was some mega hard crosswinds and headwinds where it was just head down and hope for the best.
Well, enjoy the feeling.
Thanks, man. Thank you.
Port Elizabeth, Marco Joubert, Potchestrom's Peter Du Toit, the latest South Africans to join the list of stage winners at the Absa Cape Epic. There are 25 in all, 13 women and now 12 men who have won stages at the world's premier mountain bike stage race.
And explaining here how they actually rode completely on feeling and race intuition, and that can take you quite far, because you can stick to your numbers, you can stick to your plan, but you need to to feel the race and feel the situation that you find yourselves in. And if you feel some sort of hesitation and you're feeling good, well, that's your moment. You need to go.
And that's what you've spoken about, how you've ridden like that so often. Detroit Joubert taking the stage, 2 minutes and 6 seconds ahead of Theewaterskloof and Storsek, the Canyon Northwave yellow jerseys, who just kept themselves ahead of Beers and Blevins with a clever finish move. Uber and Schneller again consistent. In 4th place, Egger and Baum, well, they're the entertainers, 4:20 down. And the best day yet for the Cannondale TB Pro Tour pair, Alberto Losada and Roberto Beaumartin, who finish in 6th place today, come roaring into the stage. 6 minutes, just under 6 minutes behind Dutoy and Hubert. Big gaps appearing in today's stage, as we see now, sometime since Sasha Weber and Jakob Fenter came in 7 minutes down, and they were the last ones to finish so far.
But impressive riding by the team in yellow, the Canyon Northwave MTB team. I mean, every single day they just ride a consistent, stable and smart race. You can see how today they were managing their efforts perfectly. Going up that final climb, trying to apply pressure, just a hard, constant pressure to kind of avoid attacks flying around their ears, and it worked out perfectly. You can see how the speed company racing was really put under pressure towards the end of the race, and yeah, they weren't there when the final came around the corner.
Yeah, Theewaterskloof and Storsek showing great composure as the race leaders here. Egger and Baum have become, I mean, they are the entertainers and they are the aggressors early on, almost predictable, and so you sort of they knew they would go again, and they did go again. And Theewaterskloof and Storsek, you almost felt, well, they thought, no, this isn't going to last, and so it didn't. There's the general classification. So 6 minutes and 54 now, the gap to Beers and Blevins from Theewaterskloof and Storsek. Egger and Baum now 7 minutes and 2 seconds down, have slipped back to 3rd place, but look how close it is. That is going to be a race to savor for the next 2 days. Uber and Schneller now up to 4th place. They've moved up to 4th, and Dutoy and Hubert have vaulted up from 9th to 5th place. Weber and Fenter, Losada and Beaumartin. Well, that's just as it stands now. That may well change with other teams still to come in.
Well, a fantastic performance by Dutoy and Joubert. They'll certainly be moving up that leaderboard. And just having a look from the point of view of Speed Company Racing and what their agendas would be. And it's clear that at the beginning of the stage, they attacked the stage because we would have to assume that they felt that they had nothing to lose. The only thing really at stake would be that 2nd spot on overall, and the worst that could happen was that they would move down to 3rd if they were to blow up, if their attacks were not to work, and if they were to get distanced. So important going into the stage, what you have to lose as well as what you have to gain and what you have to risk. It's all about risking all to the riders and the teams that risk all have the most to gain, but nothing really at stake for them except that 2nd spot on overall, and they would be prepared to sacrifice that 2nd spot for a chance at another stage victory and perhaps a chance at unseating the yellow jerseys. They did arrive at the stage. We saw them after the prologue, for 2nd place on the prologue, having said that they were very keen not just to take part but to take over. And well, we were a little bit hesitant to nod our heads at that because there were still some full-length stages to go. In fact, a whole week of full-length stages, but they've certainly lived up to that promise.
And meanwhile, we now back with the women's racing, and we can see here the top 2 teams on today's stage are still together. So it is the Faces Roller with Mariska Strauss and Candice Still, and it is the 91 Sungo Specialized here with Sophia and Haley. And you can see how they kind of position themselves, kind of separating the teamwork a little bit between one team. So it's becoming very tactical now that we are going into the final of today's stage here.
They're going through Carmel. They've just come through 101 kilometers, and Batten and Villafan and Lil and Strauss all together here as they leave the Old Bethlehem farm. They've got that climb, that single track climb up Huguenot Pass to come, and then the trail up and down Botmaskop. So we could have an enthralling finish here between the leading women as Candice Dill just moves to the front.
Yeah, we will for sure see a lot of battle for position here going into the final climb. Because it makes all the difference to be at the front on that one. It means you can set the pace and go on attacks, and we can rest assured that all teams here are aware of that. Of course, Batten and Villafan, they don't have the same local knowledge as the all South African team, but for sure in the team camp last night, they will have been told all about this stage finish here today.
Absolutely. There's deep knowledge and the history in that specialized camp with regard to the trails around here and what lies in store and how to approach it. So they will have been given all the detail and absorbed that. We saw Candice Lill right up next to Mariska Strauss and ask her for a bottle. And Candice took Mariska's bottle and had a drink and gave it back to her. Suggests perhaps that Candice has run out of hydration on her bike, with the climb up Botmaskop, up Huguenot Pass and Botmaskop to come. Not a great sign, but we'll see how she manages the effort now.
Yeah, she doesn't look too stressed about it, but I've ridden this climb myself, and I can tell you sometimes it can be brutally hot in this spot. I don't know exactly, because it is a little bit like a ball. Like
there's no wind there.
Protected area, so the sun can really heat up this part of the course.
And this is the Chase Group Private Client Holdings. Another storming day for Marie Raby and Hayley Preen in third place on the day. They finished third in the last two stages. They are fifth on general classification. Simtech ZA are ahead of them, and at the start of the day they were a good 20 odd minutes, 23 minutes ahead of them. So it remains to be seen what might or might not happen with Simtech ZA, but Private Client Holdings are doing a magnificent job once again.
And here we see a little move by, I think it's Hayley Batten, going to the front, sensing that now the single track is coming up. I need to be at the front because then I can dictate the pace. So if she feels that her partner Sophia is struggling a little bit on the climbs, she can go up ahead and kind of block the road, block the trail, not making it possible for Faces Roller to go to the front and go to the attack. But she needs to manage her efforts a little bit wisely, because she also risks putting her partner Sophia too much into the hurt box.
Yeah, and she sits behind Candice Lill and Mariska Strauss at the moment as they head up the pass this little section again. These trails, part of Trails SA, a wonderful initiative, a community build project that has been underway for the last few years to ensure safer passage for commuters and cyclists and mountain bikers and hikers, if you like, along the edge of the roads all the way around Stellenbosch, Wellington, Paarl and Franschhoek. So really great initiative. Marie Raby, Hayley Preen of Private Client Holdings now out of the Old Bethlehem Farm through the low end of the community of Kyle Moore, who are wonderful hosts of the riders coming through here. And again, just taking on nutrition is Hayley Preen. Marie Raby, just supreme form coming to this event. She's put in some very good results of late in local races in preparation for this event. Hayley's was here second place at the Cape Town Cycle Tour a week ahead of this race, so she's in pretty good shape as well.
Just have a look at this climb. It's always when you're in the race and you can, when you look ahead and there's, you can't really see the top of the climb. You have to, sometimes it can play a little bit tricks on your mind, especially if you're feeling fatigued and tired. It just feels like it's a never-ending road to the top of the climb.
That's right. Yeah, one of those straight climbs, straight up, and you can see a switchback climb or one with corners. It's sort of, you can lull yourself into feeling, well, it's not that far, but here you can see exactly how far you've got to go.
And this is brilliant riding from the specialized team. So there are different strategies that you can kind of apply on a climb like this. You can either let the stronger rider go to the back, letting the so-called weaker rider at the front setting the pace, But here, clearly, the Sango specialized team, they have their eyes on the stage win today. Not only overall GC, but also on the stage win. And that is why Haley is now at the front, because being in the front, she can kind of block the trail, the road for the Faces roller team, not making it possible for them to just go in the attack and pull away. But it also means that Haley now, she has a really, really good feeling of where the limits of her partner Sophia, where they are, and that's why she can be at the front, setting a pace that allows for Sophia to still be within this group.
Yes, and we heard from Isla Stowe that she perceived that the weaker rider of the two was in fact Viafan, so very clever tactics going on. And talking of tactics, we saw some tactics on the stage, it was stage 3, when Lil and Strauss were perfectly positioned for that sprint finish. Almost a carbon copy of this situation right now with the two teams together. And Lil and Strauss, although they won't be thinking of necessarily, they won't know who won the stage, but we as fans all know that it was an all South African stage win in red. And this, if Lil and Strauss are to win today, it would be the first time ever in Absa Cape Epic history that all South African teams have won both the men and the women category when won a stage. So let's, we don't want to jinx anything, but this would be a historic day indeed. In fact, it's already a historic day with seeing Peter, Marco Joubert and Peter de Toy having such a great day out. Their first stage win, and looking very, very much like the team to watch and the stars of the future.
And now we can see Mariska and Lil having a little bit of a chat. Haley at the front need to really make herself wide in order to avoid for Lil and Strauss behind her to try to go on the attack and pass her, because it's very obvious that now Mariska and Lil are looking for that opportunity to get past. Maybe they know that they are a little bit stronger than Villafan, and they need to make a difference on this climb. But it takes, before they can do that, they need to get around Batten. So they might just look for the next open space to try and see if they can overtake. We'll see. Drama is unfolding here, and I have a feeling that both teams, they are really going for the stage win here today.
There's not many opportunities to find a way past on this lead into Botmaskop, and perhaps only on the little section as they turn off the road trail, the Trails SA section over the top. The road widens out a little bit. There's a dual track there that might offer them an opportunity. But on this section up the road here, not much chance. They go behind the barriers as they cross that next intersection, and then past Dele again, nothing there. So fascinating little battle of wills here, and a tactical fight playing out. Down below this is Haley Preen on the front, and Marie Rabi at the 101 kilometer checkpoint at Kyle. They were 3 minutes and 18 seconds down, and still no sign of the fourth place team there, BMC MTB, Simtech ZA. Both of those teams are leaking a lot of time today.
Well, just taking a guess as to what's going on in the minds of the team, and well, now we're actually at the podium. We can pretty much be sure of what's going through the mind of Marco Joubert and Peter de Toy. This is the highlight of their career, absolutely no doubt. This is the defining moment, and having their name in lights in the most important mountain bike stage race for them in the year, and the most competitive mountain bike stage race in the world. And also a great moment for them to be standing alongside fellow South African Matt Beers, former winner of the race overall in 2021. Stozek and Seerwald having another fantastic day out. They are the yellow jersey, whereas you don't see it now. You only see those yellow, or those stripes. And that denotes the world champion. Andreas Seerwald is the world marathon champion. And the moment that they've all been waiting for, the moment that they've been preparing so hard for over the years, this is their moment. And Marco Joubert and Peter de Toy celebrating. I don't think those smiles are going to come off those faces for a long time. They're going to remember this day for the rest of their lives. In fact, their first, hopefully their first and one of many stage wins together. And expect to see them in the future, in the years to come at the Absa Cape Epic. And they gained huge experience, knowing exactly, they showed canny tactics to attack at the perfect time. They got a gap just at the right time, just when the other teams weren't keen to chase.
Just another look at the moment of glory for Imbuko Type. They've Mark Hubert on the left-hand side and Peter du Toit shake of their head. They cannot believe what they've done. They have huge respect for one another's efforts today, and they have written themselves into South African mountain bike history as stage winners at the Absa Cape Epic. Really fantastic ride today. They've been on the limit for much of the race, trying to force a way through, but today everything fell into their hands and they took the opportunity. In the yellow jerseys, once again, they won stage one, they secured the yellow jerseys, and since then, Martin Stosek and Andreas Servold, they're still strategizing perhaps here. Stosek chatting away to Andreas Servold, the world champion. They step up now. In yellow once again, Canyon Northwave MTB, Andreas Servold and Martin Stosek.
Really mature performance from them. They have lost their backup team with the retiring of Ullmann with broken ribs in the race, and it'll be interesting to know that backup team does put them a little bit in a bit of jeopardy. But we can see now back to the women's race. It's starting to heat up now. They are just what's going through the minds of the riders now. We spoke about it earlier, and it's just it's hard to guess, but it's certain that they're looking.
And they found a way through the Faces roller team. They were looking to try and find a way past Ailey Batten as Annika was observing, and they have too. Mariska Strauss and Candice Lill on the front on this little climb up. As I said, there is after this little section, a short, probably 200 meters of dual track, and now Villafan goes ahead of Batten.
Yeah, it's really heating up right now. You can see the Faces roller are going for it. It's clearly they want to be ahead on this trail, which makes all the sense because now they can go to the front, go to on the attack, being the one dictating the pace. And very wisely we see here from the specialized team, Haley is clearly the stronger one of them, those two, and now she's letting Villafan to the front to make sure that she's not putting Villafan too much into the red. If they can, they will try to seek an opportunity to go past the Faces roller team once again. But it's fascinating racing here, and we can see Haley once again. Yes, just giving a little bit of a push to Villafan, and sometimes when you're on the limit, it really makes all the difference that you get that little support from your partner.
Well, this is an attacking move right now from the Faces roller team. We saw the pushing going on, and they're highly aware of the tactics of this. They don't want to leave it up to a sprint finish. Leaving it all to a sprint finish, there's always a risk that stage win could go the other way, and it's always better to make a break of it, to get away and to win alone. Not just to make a bit of a celebration, but also to take away the risk of that sprint finish. And of course, we saw that Sophia Viafana really wanting to get ahead of the Faces roller team and to overtake and to just put a bit of a, just to at least stay in touch. But this is the most attacking move of the day we've seen so far. It is all heating up in the finale of the stage 5 of the Absa Cape Epic. 115 kilometers is the stage length there in the decisive point in the race. The final climb, the final obstacle, which they'll all have very much on their profiles on their bikes. The stickers on their bikes will tell them, and they know exactly where they are. And they'll want to get a bit of a gap before that Botmaskop downhill section. And very much in attendance, Haley Batten, and just wanting to keep that gap down to an absolute minimum and neutralize that attack. And we can see there's some tactical moves here. Haley Batten getting in between the two riders, and not necessarily, it's perfectly within the etiquette of mountain biking, but just putting a rider between the two teammates of Faces roller means that move can't go that easily up the road. And with all power, maximum effort on this uphill section, they will look to get a bit of a gap, but there are not one single inch given by the 91 Songo Specialized team.
These two teams are matching each other quite nicely, and it's hard to predict who is a stronger, who is a weaker. But for sure, right now they are all going for it, and it all will come down to how can they ride the most efficiently together as a team, trying to go on the attack, trying to block the road, making it difficult for the other team to attack. And it's heating up like massively right now. We can see they kind of spread out here where the road gets a little bit more wide. So the Faces roller, and here we see, so Haley is going on the attack, and she's managing to get Sophia a little bit further up, but not quite to the front. if Sophia was able to get on the wheel of Haley, it would be a much more better situation. But now Mariska is still in front of her. And we can see here, yes, and now Sophia is trying to move up. And this is now a change. We see the two specialized riders at the front, and now they're trying to block the road and making it more difficult for the Faces Roller team to pass. This is also, if there's a little bit of a difference in strength within a team, now that the road is a little bit wider, it's much easier for the stronger partner in the team to help the weaker one, giving a little bit of a push just to make that difference over their competitors.
They're reaching the top of this little wider section now, and they're going to head into the single track on the what is known as the Goddess section, and there is no chance of getting past on that section. So Sophia Gomez-Villafan and Haley Batten are in prime position at the moment, and Mariska Strauss and Candice Dill at the battle of wills and strength and tactical skill over that little climb. They've succumbed at the moment. Perhaps they will sit back, try and regroup, and capitalize a little bit later. There is the entrance into the single track now.
And you can see here it makes all the difference that Haley can just give 1 or 2 tiny pushes to Villafan, because that means that a gap of maybe 5 meters opens up. And going into the single track like this as the leading team makes all the difference.
Well, we actually see Villafan at the front now, and just keeping her own pace, which is really important, and really clever move from Haley Batten to let Villafan set the pace. And we do see a little bit of an ominous situation here for the South African pair, a little bit of a gap developing there. And Haley Batten, of course, being the stronger rider of the two, or arguably the stronger rider of the two 91 Songa Specialized teammates, and she's able to keep that gap to her partner's wheel very easily. But looking back down the trails, it looks like the Faces Roller team are struggling. They'll need to consolidate their efforts and recover from their early attacks, and try to keep in touch with the race leaders, the overall race leaders. It's really important that they stay in contact so that they can stay in touch on the downhill, because they, on paper, would be the fastest sprinters. Being from a World Cup cross-country background, they might have a bit more of an explosive punch in their legs. And of course, what they would have, not necessarily faster than Haley Batten for sure, but certainly much more suited to the cross-country efforts than someone like Sophia Viafana. But absolutely all credit to Viafana, who is on the pace, making this really count. And fantastic performance from the Argentinian and the American, just keeping it absolutely in sync. Look at that gap, not a single bit of daylight between the two of them, and putting already some big gaps into the South African pair. So that hope for the fans, the South African fans, of seeing an all South African clean sweep of the men's and women's podiums today on the stage that we have today, stage 5. It looks like it's all down to this descent, and hopefully for the South African sake they can get back in touch on this downhill section.
And huge respect to Villafan, who is able to match the speed of her partner, being at the front and just making sure that this gap remains to the Faces Roller team, and actually not only that the gap remains, but it looks like with Sophia at the front now, actually the gap is opening up even more to the Faces Roller team. So good move here, and it was time to perfection. Really good team tactics and teamwork here.
But what a fascinating battle again. And this race this year is delivering really edge-of-the-seat stuff virtually every day. We've seen battles between these teams. We've seen obviously BMC, MTB. But I can tell you they are having a tough old Toro day today, because Marie Ravi Haley Pre now 3:18 down at 101 kilometers at Carmel. Pauline Ferro-Provo and Robin de Croo 10 minutes and 36 seconds back going through there. And Simtek ZA, Ariane Luthi and Amy Wakefield 12 minutes and 53 adrift on the stage, going before this climb up the Huguenot Pass and Botmaskop. So they're leaking big time. Whether that'll affect the overall in terms of private clients' holdings, I'm not sure. But BMC, MTB are very, very much in danger of losing their second place. In fact, right now they are comfortably out of second place. Faces Roller hold that ace very comfortably.
And it's clearly the strongest team in the race, and they seem to have closed that gap. They've neutralized that huge effort from Sophia Viafan, who really admirably kept any of the hopes of attacking of the South African team at bay, and just a bit of a moral blow for the South Africans. But back to that story that we were talking about earlier with Private Client Holdings having put in so much time, and we're looking at the gap almost 10 minutes Private Client Holdings have put into Simtex ZA. Simtex ZA are 4th overall right now on general classification at 27 minutes, just under 27 minutes to 91 Songo Specialized, and 22.5 minutes back are the Private Client Holdings on general classification. But if Private Client Holdings can take another 10 minutes today, they're starting to chisel their way very significantly into that lead, so possibly a top 4 spot for Private Client Holdings. They're riding so consistently, so cleverly, and riding within their limits that they're looking to move up that leaderboard again. Yet another shift in the general classification, although not at the lead. The leaders of the race are leading in a commanding fashion, and with Sophia Viapon on the front again, she's easy to spot her with, she is the one with the orange fork, and Hayley Batten with the black fork. It's just a little bit of a clue is to be able to spot the riders out there from the helicopter, and it's clear that Sophia Viapon is absolutely on the pace. There is no doubting her ability right now, and you heard from Isla Stowe that she was perhaps the weaker of the two partners, but that's saying a lot, because Hayley Batten is, of course, one of the best riders in the world on the cross-country World Cup circuit, having won the World Cup short track race already in her quite a young career, and able to manage her Argentinian partner really well. Some really clever riding and great symbiosis on there. And they've missed
the turning.
They've missed that turn, but all is not lost. They've managed to get back on track. And of course, after an effort like that, the sign was very clear where they needed to go. But after an effort like that, they would be absolutely in their red zone. And sometimes the vision just gets a little bit blurred. Annika, you'll be able to say what happens to a rider mindset when you are going that deep.
Yeah, sometimes it's difficult because you've absolutely just emptied every single part of energy out of your body, and then everything else becomes a little bit more tricky. But they made it down into the single track nicely here, and now they have to navigate this downhill, which we saw for the men's race for the men's teams, where actually it's quite tricky, this descent. The corners are super dusty and a little bit off camber and very sketchy and slippery.
Yeah, there are a dozen switchbacks as they dropped across that road there, and yeah, we've seen a couple of the men get it wrong here, so caution, just being safe rather than too fast, just making sure you get through this section. And well, certainly the South Africans will know this trail. I'm not sure whether Hayley and Sophia would have had a chance. They didn't have much time in Stellenbosch before they began the race to have come and ridden this. I know they did ride into Jonkershoek, I think, one of the days, but this is something up on the other side of the mountain, but they're going around it very, very efficiently at the moment.
Well, they're taking it quite conservative by the looks of it, and of course this is what's happening. Really, it's indicative of what's happening in the race. There is no major threat. There's no pressure on these two teams. They know they are out front. They will also know that they have a big gap on their nearest rivals, and certainly for the stage win, they are looking like it'll definitely be between these two teams, clearly from the gap looking backwards, as long as everything stays as it is. So everyone stays on their bike, and the bike stays in one piece, and also just a gap to the next place riders on the road. That's Private Client Holdings, over a 3-minute gap. They really just have to look after each other, or look out for each other. They have to watch each other very carefully, these two teams, and just takes a little bit of the urgency off the pace. There's no pressure. There's no teams up the road. There's no chasing teams breathing down their necks. They can watch each other carefully, and they'll be gearing up mentally for the sprint finish. The first step, of course, is to get off this descent safely and all in one piece, with their equipment in one piece, so they can gear up for that sprint. There isn't the same kind of scenario as we saw on the previous stage, where Candice Lill and Mariska Strauss won the day. That was on stage 3. They did a great tactical move where they stayed on the front on the descent, ready for that sprint finish, where the sprint finish was really close, where they entered the stadium really quite soon after they left the single track section. But in this case, there were some open roads before they get to that point.
But look at this now. We can see 91 Sanko Specialized making a very clever move, being at the front on this single track, because that means they can dictate the pace. And we can see now faces roll out. They have put a little bit on the back foot. Gaps are opening up. And it means that once they get down to the flat parts at the bottom, Mariska Strauss, who is a little bit further back, she'll have to work so hard to get back on the wheel of her partner, and especially to get back on the wheel of 91 Sango Specialized.
And of course we can see the wind could be playing a role in that as well. There's nothing worse than a rider who's caught behind and has to actually try and make up that distance with a headwind. Of course, with the very cohesive and well cooperating team of 91 Sango Specialized, they are riding 100% in sync. And of course, any gaps between the other two teams could be really a good opportunity for 91 Sango Specialized to capitalize on that. You do see a little bit of a gap there, but Mariska Strauss using that corner just to dive in, brake really late, and get back in touch. That's the tactic when the elastic band does get this stretched. And that's really all what riders really try to do, is they try to just to get in touch, they brake really late into the corner, and that concertina effect is brought back under control.
Not too many opportunities once they get off this mountain to get past. Just as they drop off, there's a little drag on the tar road of about 120 meters, and then a long downhill, fast downhill as they head towards the river crossing. So very, very few opportunities for Strauss and Lil to try and get back on terms with Villevan and Batten here. They tried for all they were worth in the lower slopes of the climb, that little dramatic tactical battle down the bottom there, and it was the 91 Sango Specialized team who prevailed, and they're making it count right now.
Well, credit to the South Africans, they really did try and make an attack. They went full gas early on to test the abilities and test the energy levels of their rivals, 91 Sango Specialized, but clearly they have paid for that effort, as Mariska Strauss is dangling off of that back a little bit, leaving a bit of a gap, and it's ominous for the South Africans. They will look to get their second stage win. In fact, both of them have won only one stage each, with Villefan and Haley Batten having won stage 1, and Lil and Strauss having won stage 3. So they've got all to play for. Other stages, the lion's share of the stage has been taken up by Ferrand Prevost and De Groot. But we will get a good picture when they reach the open rows, just the state of affairs, if the South Africans are able to close that gap.
Yeah, it will be super exciting once we get to the flatter, more open parts. We saw yesterday the time trial skills of Haley Batten and how she was just putting down so much power towards the finish line. And if the Specialized team can manage to get out of the trails with just the tiniest bit of a gap, you know, I'm sure we will see Haley once again go to the front, provide a nice protection to her partner, and maybe be able to once again open up that gap and go time trial mode all the way to the finish line. We will have to see. It's very, very exciting here.
Absolutely, as they drag along one of the forest roads here, and you can get an idea of just how fast they are going. We are with Isla, I think, here. Absolutely hammering it. That's Strauss at the back, a little section through the forest here. It's not downhill, it's just a sort of winding single track between the trees, and then more switchbacks to come.
91 Sango Specialized have absolutely sensed weakness. It's pretty clear that they know that this is when it really counts. They've been outwitted and outsprinted before. It'll be a case of once bitten, twice shy, and they'll look to make sure that they don't make the same mistake again, staying on the front. They knew what worked for the South African team into stage 3. They will not give an inch, and staying out front seems to be the tactic that wins stages at the moment, but very much in close attendance. Candice Lil and Mariska Strauss, they are riding an admirable race. They were under pressure earlier. A few minutes ago they were looking like they were being distanced, but in the tight sections they're keeping it really close and making sure they're very much in touch for what could possibly be a clean sweep of both podiums, both the men and the women, on the top step with an all South African win. But so certainly that'll be far from the minds of Mariska Strauss and Candice Lil. All they'll be focusing on are the back wheels of 91 Sango Specialized, staying in touch. They know that there's a strong chance they could be the better sprinters, And if they're well positioned going into that stadium, on that open grass section, they'll need to be putting on maximum power. They'll need to be very much in touch at that point.
But just before we reach the finish line and the field, there's this little kicker. And I have a feeling that's going to be the deciding point because it is super steep and we have sensed weaknesses within both teams. So whoever can get the best over that little kicker probably will be the team that has the best position for the field and the finish line. We will see. It all that comes down to how well, so if there's a little bit of a difference in strength within the team, how well will the weaker rider come across this little kicker. So this will be a true test of tactical skills as well as how well the teamwork within the team is.
Well, the course designer was very specific about this last sting in the tail and said that this is really what it's going to be all about if the teams are together. He was discussing it as being about a 450 meters long only, but the surface is really loose and it won't necessarily be an opportunity to get out of the saddle and sprint, but those riders, or the team that has the ability to sit and grind it out and really put down maximum power at that stage, if there's a bit of a gap, they could carry that gap into the finish. Of course, the overall GC is not really their agenda right now. They are racing each other for that prestigious stage win on stage 5.
So the last bit, well, the penultimate little section now through this pine forest. And then it'll be dropping off this, as I said, that those two little road sections. They cross the river, the Eerste River, and then it's that little dirt road climb that will test them, no question about that. As we fly with them through our drone pilot, who's doing a magnificent job through the trees here, keeping up with Mariska Strauss, the last rider in this little group, the lead group in the women's CM.com women's race, as we head to the culmination of stage 5 of the Absa Cape Epic. Some wonderful racing once again in this women's race.
We're getting unprecedented views in really the remote regions of this race, and all thanks to the team that put it together, the technical team, and all the link-ups and all of the comms that go on. It just gives us such a great view of mountain biking at its best.
Absolutely, you haven't been closer than this on a mountain bike. The closer you get is sitting on that bike going down through these trails. Brilliant coverage. Who is going to have the strength? Who's going to have the will, the tactical nous to spring first here?
We are about to find out, I think, very, very soon.
Absolutely. The single track is done with now. They'll turn onto the tar and then down to the Eerste River and that little kicker. Where's it going to turn? That kicker is the key point, you feel.
Well, they are the 91 Songo Specialized. Sophia Viafano is doing exactly the right thing here, keeping the pace super high. And the last thing that she should do would be to let off and let the South Africans catch up. Keeping that pace up is going to be really what it's all about. And Hayley Batten leaves a little bit of a gap, but she can accelerate really fast and put the South Africans under pressure. And it's clear that it's all to play for all. There is a bit of a lull there in the pace that allows the South Africans to catch up. And a bit of a neutralization here, and Candice Lill and Mariska Strauss will be licking their lips now. They are quick sprinters, not as fast as Hayley Batten, but it remains to be seen if they are faster than Sophia Viafano, who is not necessarily a World Cup specialist. But it all depends on how much energy the teams have expended. We saw on that climb that Mariska Strauss and Candice Lill were distanced a little bit. There was a bit of gap forming there. And the riders that seem to be on form right now, Sophia Viafano was really powerful on that climb. She's got the kick, she's got the turn of speed, and she's got the energy left. She's been managing her efforts really well throughout the day. And of course, there's nothing like the power of the leader's jersey on your shoulders to give you the confidence that you need to carry it all the way.
We saw that 91 Songo Specialized. They really did everything they could to try to shake off Faces Roller. And they didn't manage to do it, and I wonder what sort of tactics they are relying on right now. We know that the Faces Roller, they are very tactically clever in it when it comes to finish line sprints.
Heading down to the river crossing, and Strauss drops a little bit off the pace set by Candice Lill, and now Sophia Villefan right next to her. They'll hook her left. Hayley Batten sneaking up on the left-hand side. That little kicker climb. Batten is going hard now to the front.
Well, we saw that Mariska Strauss stood up a little bit. It looked like she was stretching her legs a bit, perhaps suffering a little bit from cramps. It's been a very long day. It's 115 kilometers, and it's not necessarily the fastest sprinters that will win this. It could be just a case of attrition, but all teams are very well positioned. Kind of a 1-2, 1-2 situation right now, but Mariska Strauss needs to be very careful not to get stuck on the back. She has to out-sprint Sophia Villefan, who's actually on second wheel right now. Quite a bad position for the South African to be in. She needs to be stuck to Sophia Villefan's wheel because, of course, it is the second rider to cross the line. That's when the time is taken. It's not the first rider. So it's all very well for Candice Lill and Hayley Batten to sprint up ahead, but it will be between the two so-called slower riders. And certainly there's nothing slow about this pace right now. They're heading into the stage in Stellenbosch to the stage location, and looking to see exactly where the tactics lie. Just having a look at the time check now. There is still quite a bit of time to the chasing team that is Private Client Holdings, so they can afford to play a little bit of cat and mouse, but not too much. They need to also keep the pace high to keep themselves well positioned in this group now. They're all about positioning as they enter. This is the climb that we've been talking about. This is the riser, and it's clear that the motivated team, a 91 Songo Specialized, they are putting in maximum effort, and there's a very ominous gap there growing between Candice Lill and Mariska Strauss. Although still in touch, a bit of a corner. It's important that she absolutely buries herself, and she has the chance to recover on the downhill. But
now,
that does not bode well.
No, now look at this. It's actually Candice Lill on the back now. It's a little bit different from what we see before. And yeah, look at Sophia going at the front, riding so powerfully and strong up this climb. You can see a gap is opening up now. Yeah, and it's all about just keeping the pace high and keeping the power on. And it looks like, yeah, the gap is just opening up even more and more now. They're riding, I must say, Sophia is riding the stage of her life right now.
Yeah, Candice Lill is the one battling here, and Mariska rolled back and then said, right, let's see if we can put one final effort in. They'll go over the crest of this climb, and then it's downhill and onto the fields, and disappearing over the crest are the 91 Songo Specialized pair as they fly down the descent.
Well, they sensed weakness, and they knew exactly they had to make all the efforts they could to create that distance. And Sophia Villefan, all credit to her. She's becoming the most complete rider we've seen. Amazing development of this rider. We're pretty much arrived on the scene without much stage racing experience, and certainly looking at the firepower of Hayley Batten has more than been a worthy partner to the World Cup winner.
On the flats now, and it is 91 Songo Specialized. Sophia Villefan on the front, and Hayley Batten, and behind Mariska Strauss and Candice Lill burying themselves to try and shut this gap down. But it's going to take an enormous effort because Batten goes to the front now, and when she hits the front, Villefan will attach herself to her back wheel, and it'll be very difficult to catch them. Look at the gap now.
Wow.
This revenge for the 91 Songo Specialized team, having been outwitted in the previous sprint, and they're making it count this time.
This is all out to the finish line, and it seems like they had the tactics right this time, knew when to be in the front and just hammering, putting the pressure on when it all matters. And now we can see them here into the final meters to the finish line.
Look over their shoulders now. Hayley Batten says, come on, Sophia, one last push and we'll be there. They're on the grass of the Kutsenberg field, and they have done another master stroke here. Fantastic ride by this pair. They won the first stage in Lawrenceford to take those orange leaders jerseys off BMC MTB, and they are riding themselves surely firmly into the serious race-winning contention here. They've got the orange jerseys, and they are looking more and more secure in those jerseys. Into the finish straight now. Hayley Batten and Sophia Gomez Villefan from 91 Songo Specialized. A second stage win for them. Another beautifully crafted stage win by this pair. And Mariska Strauss and Candice Lill contributed in no small measure to another brilliantly entertaining last 10 kilometers or so, but they finish in second place for Faces Roller, and with that, very, very likely they will be in second place on general classification. The light for this pair, what a great ride by them.
They look very happy. They knew that they were not interested in being outsmarted once again by the Faces Roller team, and they perfected this final as they had to do it. So good riding, and huge respect also here between the riders, because you're out there so many hours every single day suffering together, and so you kind of start to create a strong bond.
Absolutely great entertainment, great racing all the way through to the finish, and Candice Lill, well, it was Candice at the tail end there who just didn't have it anything left to push hard up that final climb, and it was there that the elastic snapped and away went 91 Songo Specialized. But a brave, bold effort by Lill and Strauss to take the stage win and make it 2 South African teams. It's not to be as we go down to the finish. Jazz is with the stage winners.
Sophia and Haley, a full day of racing with a super exciting finish there.
Yeah, it's, oh God, on paper this course looked really hard, and it was hard, but we kept it pretty fast, so I think we might have been under 5, so that's nice.
And let's talk a little bit about that last kicker where you put in the final effort.
Yeah, I mean, it was hard to read, I think, just because we don't know the trail super well. We're like, oh, where's the single track, where's our move? But we just tried to go where we could and just put in extra efforts and just kind of reading each other and when we were strong and them as well. But it was awesome. Just, I think, putting in that first effort on that first climb made a big difference for the entire race. And although it hurt all 4 of us quite a bit, it was good because we almost became a 4-person team because, we all want the same thing and we want to get to the finish line fastest. And then from there on, it was just like giving it and just doing our best and fighting it to the end on that final climb.
So working together, all 4 there, with obviously helped a lot with the strong crosswinds we had.
Yeah, I mean, it was hard, especially in a few of the dams. It was such a crosswind that we actually were still pacelining and didn't get any draft. And we were, even on the descent, on the road descent, there was just like wind gusts coming left and right. And it was about keeping it safe. And once we had our first initial gap on the first climb, we're like, okay, let's put in as much time into BMC as we can. If they're hurting now and it's only getting started, but there was a lot to be gained today.
And we also spotted a little bit of on-the-bike maintenance there. Tell us a little bit about that.
Oh, God, yeah. I tried to put some chain lube on, and the guys make it look so easy. And I'm like, there's so much wind, I can barely get it on. And then, I don't know, maybe 15 minutes later, we went through a massive river crossing, so it was kind of pointless. But I tried. My chain was less squeaky for a few K, so that's good.
Well, it's super exciting and good to watch. So we look forward to seeing what happens tomorrow. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you. And then thanks. We saw all the Songo kids at the last water point.
Was so special.
And that was really special. So, and thank you. Big shout out to all of our sponsors, the Specialized crew, the Songo Foundation, and the team that we have behind us, because we can't do this without them. Yeah.
Amazing. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Sophia Gomez-Villafan and Haley Batten, stage winners, race leaders in the Absa Cape Epic. And this is Private Client Holdings, just dropping down through the suburbs of Stellenbosch. One last left turn, and then they'll be on the dirt again and heading to that river crossing. Haley Preen and Marie Rabi, another outstanding ride by this pair, and another podium place beckons for Private Client Holdings. They were big animators 2 days ago and finished in 3rd place, and yesterday managed to take 3rd once again. They look over their shoulders, they just don't know. As you heard, those other the race leaders, they got away from them very, very early on, but you never quite know where that chase team is. You don't know what the efforts they've put in as they cross the Eerste River, which flows all the way down through the historic town of Stellenbosch, and now it'll be that little kicker climb again.
Well, these riders that we see in the picture now, Private Client Holdings, they are at the bottom of that last obstacle of the day, and at the around about the 110 kilometer mark. And just important to note that they lost 5 minutes to we saw how fast the Toyota 91 Songo Specialized were riding as they were racing and dicing with Faces Roller. That put 5 minutes into this team. So they crossed that time check at 8 minutes back, 8 minutes and 5 seconds back, in fact, Marie Rabi and Haley Preen. But all eyes on the next team that crossed through there, we expected to see BMC mountain bike racing doing a bit better today, or perhaps having a hard day today because they had a good day yesterday. That seems to be the pattern that's forming. But all eyes on them, and because they are, of course, lying fourth on general classification before they went into today's stage at 11 minutes back. And, of course, Faces Roller, by the looks of it, already on that virtual GC on the board. It's clear that Faces Roller have leapfrogged them into second spot overall.
And we see Private Client Holding here navigating that leg-snapping final little climb here. I think I will guess they're happy not having to battle another team up this climb. Now they can kind of keep it steady, ride their own pace, but they're riding so well. They have been the surprise of the women's field this year, I feel. Just getting stronger and stronger every single day and really coming into form here towards the end of the race.
Well, aside of the leaders in the Exaro category, the Exaro Academy 1 team, Selala and Ndebele, have been outstanding once again. They've had the opportunity to ride with legends of the sport and put together another excellent stage here. It looks like they're going to come home in first place in their category again. Another excellent performance by the Exaro Academy 1 team. Salisani Ndebele and Toto Selala in the bright green jerseys of the Exaro race leaders. Well done, as Preen and Marie Rabi on that last. Again, it's sketchy, it's loose, so you don't want to get it wrong in these corners, and negotiate themselves down onto the lower slopes of Stellenbosch Mountain and then onto the fields of Kutsenberg.
Well, it's certainly, if we didn't see a clean sweep of the podium in terms of all South African teams, there'll certainly be a lot of South Africans on the podium, and it seems that that third spot on that up at the end of the day looks quite likely to be another team, all South African team, Marie Rabi and Haley Preen, and it seems to that spot seems to belong to them. From what we've seen over the last few days, they have been riding fantastic race, being patient and waiting till the latter half of the week to really make some inroads. And we will be taking a very close look to see how Simtek are doing. Simtek were 4th overall at the beginning of the day. Private Client Holdings in 5th, and about a 22-minute gap between the two teams. And possibly, if we saw it the last time check, it was over 10 minutes deficit. So interesting to see how much they've taken back with 3 stages or 2 stages to go after this one. It still gives them the opportunity to go up to 3rd spot overall, but of course we also need to see how well Pauline Ferrand-Prévot and Robin de Groot are doing on the stage now.
Well, great moment again for Haley Preen on the left, Marie Rabi on the right-hand side, as they'll turn in towards the finish very shortly after another excellent day on the bike for the Private Client Holdings team in 3rd place on the stage. And they're chipping away at that top 4 position, as Neil was alluding to. Simtek ZA 10.5 minutes down on the leaders at this at the 101 kilometer mark. We'll wait and see how that all unfolds at the finish. But it'll be the team of Haley Preen and Marie Rabi who come home in 3rd place for the 3rd day in a row, the all South African pair. It's been another good day for the South African teams. A winner in the on the men's race, and a 2nd and 3rd in the women's race. Congratulations all round at Mark Preen there with Marie and Haley. Fantastic, well done. They're working well together, this pair. As I said, they're superb all-round athletes, and they put together another excellent stage, and bodes well for the future, must say.
And put together a great preparation for this race. They prepared for, they had a disappointing time of 2021, Haley Preen breaking her hand, and just putting that bad episode behind them, Haley Preen recovering, and then starting to build their campaign for 2022. And it looks like it's all coming together. Fantastic results for them today, once again on stage 5. And just having a look at that time check at the well, back to the stage results. Let's remind ourselves of that ding-dong battle between Haley Batten and Gomez Viafana versus Lil and Strauss. And that 5-second deficit doesn't tell the full story of how they were back and forth, and the huge attack that Lil and Strauss put in on that final climb, and to no avail, because Gomez Villafaña was able to respond with her own attack and even distancing the South Africans and just stamping some authority, and just a little bit of a mind thing over them, because that psychological advantage of telegraphing that you're the stronger rider on a climb will always prey on the minds when it comes into the finale. And we saw the South Africans faltering a little bit on that climb, but still able to stay in touch. And a fantastic result again for another South African team, Rabi and Preen, Private Client Holdings. About 9 minutes down or so, just under 9 minutes down. And great day for them as well.
Absolutely, as we fly over Stellenbosch, looking into the Jonkershoek Valley, which will be the playground for the second half of tomorrow's stage, which is a loop around the trails of Stellenbosch. As we look back at today's stage, 115 kilometers it was from Greatness. Seems a long way away. Well, it is 115 kilometers away. 3 big climbs. The initial one was at Rusty Gate, then Franschhoek Pass, and the final one up Helshoek and Botmaskop to finish in Stellenbosch. The race lead with the Canyon Northway pair by 4 minutes and 48 seconds from Speed Company Racing in second place. And then third place Toyota 91 Specialized, 6 minutes and 50 seconds back. And they would come to the fore quite early on. Speed Company Racing, as we've seen them in the last few days, well, they put the hammer down immediately and went hard up the Rusty Gate climb to try and thin out that lead group. But it didn't all go according to plan. Lucas Baum blew a gasket up the climb and had to be helped further down. It wasn't a good day for Scott SRAM. Nino Schurter flying down there with Lars Forster in tow. Things would not end well for them today, I'm afraid, because they lost in the end at nearly 13 minutes, but that was as a result of an issue, and that was the issue. Lars Forster having a fairly big off, his handlebars completely twisted, and that cost them a lot of time and sapped all the motivation out of their day today. They did roll into the finish, but not the day and not a race really to remember for Scott SRAM. They've had plenty of punctures and issues. They did win a stage, of course. They won stage 2, but since and before and since it's been problems for them. They had problems as well, the Speed Company Racing. Meanwhile, the chasers were biding their time, letting this pair, the Germans, really hammer it out along the banks of the Theewaterskloof Dam. Toyota 91 Specialized had a team in pursuit, in support, and Becking and Diaz, Buff Megamo, tried to keep in touch, but they were eventually to lose touch with this lead group. Sweeping through the first checkpoint, they had a lead of about 50 seconds at that stage, Speed Company Racing. All the major protagonists were in a group following and chasing them hard. But this pair, in their dedication, focus to try and get a lead, managed to crash, and Georg Eger came down. You can see the signs of that on his shoulder. They did regain contact with the chase group, but that certainly sapped their energy and perhaps dulled their senses a little in terms of attacking.
It sapped their energy and dulled their senses, but it didn't leave the fans of the German team with no less thrilled, because they were definitely the animators on the day, and it's always good. Oh, bit of an off there, and this is a tricky section of where the trails are a little bit uneven surfaces. There are some sandy patches where the tires dig in and very often cause a bit of a touch of wheels, but seems like those teams are back in the running, and they head down Franschhoek Pass. A bit of a respite for the riders. It's a transition day, high proportion of flat open roads and a small tar section. Well, not a small tar section, but certainly a significant climb. Franschhoek Pass, and the downhill takes them down to the water point. And this is really where the race pivoted. With some early attacks from Speed Company Racing, and we were not to be disappointed again on the gas, animating the race and causing the yellow jersey teams to really having to chase. The responsibility is, or was at that point, for the yellow jersey to chase, because of course going into the stage there was all to play for still in the general classification, with Speed Company Racing second overall at 4 minutes 48 seconds. When the race came together, we saw a critical moment in the race, and pouncing on that opportunity, a fantastic spot to overtake just when the timing was right, was the South African team, Mbuko Type Dev. looking to really repeat a fantastic performance. We're into Stellenbosch, and the last time we rode into Stellenbosch, the all South African pairing of Base and Bucas won. So keeping that tradition of the South African wins, and really looking, still a lot of work to do for the South African pair, but the gap would extend to almost 3.5 minutes, with a little bit less impetus to chase in the group here, with the general classification riders looking at each other and just marking each other rather than worrying about a team up the road. It's no longer a big threat to them on general classification, but Speed Company Racing very much on the pace, keeping things animated, and in close attendance were the yellow jerseys.
Through the Ludo Magnus water point 3, and a little man-made technical section, and some wonderful skills, an opportunity to show off their skills on this little pump track through the vineyards, and back across the Berg River Dam they would head. Meanwhile, up the road by almost 3 minutes were the race leaders in Buco Type Dev, flying up ahead. This was the chase group, quite compact at this stage, but the pace was starting to increase up front and in the chase, which was in hot pursuit of this pair. But my word, they were on song today, flying through the trails of Boschendal and then to Old Bethlehem Farm. Marco Hubert and Peter du Toit. Du Toit was the one who was perhaps taking a few shots at the back here in that crosswind, but he was hanging on to the back wheel of Marco Hubert for all he was worth. This was the pursuing group, which had thinned out, and they were not making a great deal of inroads at this stage into Hubert and du Toit. They were sensing an opportunity here.
Well, the windy conditions certainly was a factor in today's stage, and perhaps playing a little bit into the favor of the South African team up the road, with the lack of impetus to chase and lack of any particular team wanting to spend time in the wind and putting in the extra effort. And all credit to the South Africans, keeping a very steady pace with the stop-start action that was going on behind them. They capitalized on that and made a big effort on that final obstacle of the day up to Helshoogte section from the Carmore water point at the 101 kilometer mark, putting in full effort as the other teams. The race did start to heat up with the general classification teams, looking especially with the 91 Songo Specialized team really looking to gain some time over their Speed Company Racing rivals, the riders that really put it to them in the early part of the race. The yellow jerseys just getting a bit of a gap, and you can see them looking back on that descent. There was some action on the descent with Matt Beers having a little bit of an off and losing some traction, and team certainly that really owns the race at the moment, owns the stage at the moment, was the South African pair, the Buco Type Dev team, looking to be on a fantastic day. On the final little kicker, we were cited, this climb was cited by the course designer as one of the decisive moments of the day. If all was together, but all was not together. The team had made the effort at exactly the right time, held on, ridden consistently in the windy sections, on the downhill sections, and taking the win, a historic win for them. Their first stage win together, the first time they've ridden the Absa Cape Epic together, and this will be a moment that they'll remember for the rest of their lives.
Brilliant performance by Marco Hubert and Peter du Toit, riders who will celebrate now, and really this is career defining, and an opportunity to put their names in lights as in Buco Type Dev and as individuals. Great ride by the yellow jerseys today. Canyon Northwave did nothing wrong, as they've been so solid and consistent throughout, and Blevins and Beers in third place live to fight another day and move into second place on general classification, with Speed Company Racing the losers in that regard. So Canyon Northwave continue the defense of those yellow jerseys very, very impressively on stage 5 of the Absa Cape Epic, 115 kilometers from Greyton to Stellenbosch here. So another dramatic day unfolding on the hills and mountains of the Western Cape, and we've still got hundreds and hundreds making their way down to the finish here. As we go to the finish, let's hear from the yellow jerseys.
Andreas, super tactical racing out there?
Yeah, somehow, yeah. I mean, it was not the plan that we let the Speed Company go after the first downhill, but somehow they escaped by taking quite a lot of risk, I would say, in the downhill. And then it was, of course, the most work for us to don't let them to go away too far. And it was really stressing us. But then it's a shame they got a wrong turn by the motorbike somehow. And so it was neutralized again. And then it was quite tactical in the Franschhoek Pass, up and down. And after the feed zone, there was again an attack. But we could stay with the front and had something left in the last climb to make it to the finish in second position in the stage, and could even gain time to the second and third team. So in the end, we were quite
Successful day. And tell me, did you work together with Matt and Christopher there to deal with all the strong crosswinds we had?
Yeah, in the beginning of this long flat section after the first downhill, we worked a bit together, but then, like I said, it was for quite a while only up to us.
And tell us, how fun are the Stellenbosch single tracks?
Yeah, the Stellenbosch single tracks we enjoyed a lot, because we also stayed here the week before the race, so that one trail we did now at the end was actually almost the only trail we did, and also in Yonkis we did some trails. So I was looking forward for this downhill just because I knew it, and yeah, it's a nice one also.
Well, enjoy some more of the trails tomorrow. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. We will.
Thank you.
Well, the yellow jerseys doing a sound job there. They, I mean, the Speed Company Racing, they're taking it to them, and they said the intention wasn't to let them go, but they kept going and they attacked again. And we heard that they did miss a turning, did Speed Company Racing, and as we observed earlier, Garugega had crashed as well. So they had an incident-packed day, did Speed Company Racing. And they've lost their place in second place on the general classification.
But I have a feeling we haven't seen the last last attack of that race. They're really animating the race every single day, and not only once or twice, but they're going for it all the way through. And we might see them blow up every now and then, but they manage to recover and come back, and it's quite impressive.
Well, they had a great day out. They didn't have a lot to lose except for that second spot on overall. And if you look at the GC, they've pretty much, it's even Stevens, you could say. It's only a few seconds in it, and especially in a race like this with two big stages still to go, that time gap, a matter of seconds, would really, that doesn't account for much. And they're still very close, neck and neck with Toyota 91 Specialized. But Canyon Northwave look still in command of the race with 2 stages to go. They have lost their backup team. This is significant for them, because Toyota 91 Specialized still have a backup team in the race. Of course, we do know that Speed Company Racing, they have only one support staff member, let alone not even a backup team. And certainly isn't dulling their spirits. They've got that attacking spirit, and they did vow that they would not just take part, but take over. And we're back to the women's podium now, and a lot of South Africans on that podium. We've seen South Africans on the men podium with the spot that really counts on the top spot, but on second and third spot we've got the all South African team of Private Client Holdings, Marie Rabe, Haley Queen, and just about to step up onto that second spot on the podium. It's Mariska Strauss and Candice Little. Faces Roller, great day out. They tried all they could on that last climb, on the last ascent. They really put in a massive effort, and matched by the 91 Songo Specialized team of Sophia Biafan. Biafan really riding beyond her experience. We expected to see them have such a commanding position on this race, but Biafan more than living up to riding with the great Haley Batten, the World Cup winner, and also riding for one of the most successful, in fact the most successful trade team of all time at the race, the Specialized Factory Racing team. They have got pretty much a 6 out of 6 record in the women's category, and looking at another one under the belt.
Yeah, a lot of history to that team and a lot of experience and a good setup. The team every single year put a lot of emphasis on this race, and that's why the team comes here prepared with the right amount of staff and experience, and it really helps in the end, especially towards the end of a long week like we see now. That's where it matters even more. And that's also why we see these two women still in orange and comfortable in orange, at the moment.
We see a bit of a mark on Hayley Batten's knee. That was a crash the other day. She had attended to before the podium ceremony, but certainly putting nothing. It's not holding them back at all. They were able to win the day in a dramatic way. They had a tactical nous on their side and also the firepower required on that last kicker climb. And certainly earning that orange jersey today, more than earning it, in fact, and really showing that they're looking likely to take that lead all the way to Val de Vie. We never speak too soon at the Absa Cape Epic.
And this is a wonderful gesture by Hayley Batten and Sophia Gomez-Villafan, the youngsters from the Songo.info program, which is the program in Kaimandi, just outside Stellenbosch, initiated by Christoph Sauser and Songo Fipaza, and it is an ongoing project. Yes, cycling is very much part of it, but it's an aftercare, early childhood development program. When the children finish school, they've got a safe place to go into the classrooms. It's fenced off, and there's the opportunity to ride the bikes around the BMX track and the pump track, but they can only do that once they finish their work, and they are supervised there, and so an opportunity to be part of this race as well is wonderful. Just a reflection there of them finishing, and this is a look back at today's women's race with the race leaders in those orange jerseys, Pauline Ferrer-Pravo and Robin de Groot, the BMC pair there in red, and they were the stage winners yesterday. Simtek ZA, Ariane Luti and Amy Wakefield were also looking at they in fourth place today, 26 minutes down when they started the day today, and of course Private Client Holdings were in fifth place, 49 minutes down, and this was the very early ramps of the Rusty Gate climb, but soon enough you could see that the cream was rising to the top here. BMC still in it at this stage, but quite soon it would be the orange and red jerseys who would start separating themselves from the rest of them. Private Client Holdings just starting to roll back off the back of that group. And as you may have heard after their ride, they said once we'd done that, it almost became like a four-rider team time trial.
Well, they were cooperating very nicely, and that's the thing about mountain bike stage racing. In fact, a lot of in road racing as well, is that in the early part of the stage, if you have a group like that, you cooperate, and it's only at the end that you be your friends until you become enemies at the end.
And meanwhile, we see the team in third and fourth, the BMC and the Private Client Holding, working nicely together here in the middle part of the race. Meanwhile, the two leading teams going through the water point, just refueling, swapping bottles, and ready to go. It's still a long way to go, and you need all the hydration you can get.
So they continued working together on those flatlands of the Theewaterskloof Valley, and Mariska Strauss was in fact on a very good day today. Mariska Strauss looked strong all the way through. Private Client Holdings, well, they had got away from BMC MTB today. Tanya, at least Marie Rabi and Hayley Preen, and we're in pursuit of this group at this stage, around 2.5 minutes behind a good tempo set by 91 Songo Specialized at that stage, with Faces Roller in pursuit and going along very, very well indeed. Down the Franschhoek Pass they flew as a quartet, and by this stage they were fairly comfortably in control of the stage.
But we knew that being together here to the very end would mean that we were up for a very tactical final part of the race. Up this long climb, everything is still nicely together, but as soon as we hit the single track, we could sense that the teams were trying to slowly put each other a little bit under pressure, but it all stayed together, and we know that we were in it for a thrilling final. Last part of the course being the hardest part of the course today.
Exciting finale. We were looking at the the women's team, the top contending, really what's emerging is the top 2 teams of the race, the strongest 2 teams of the race. Clearly, we have seen some great results from BMC MTB Racing, but not the consistency that's required to win the Absa Cape Epic, and the masters of consistency so far, as we've seen, are of course the riders in the orange leaders jerseys. That's 91 Songo Specialized, really commanding the race at the moment with the animators, the all South African pairing of Candice Lill and Mariska Strauss. And spare a thought for the team that were really spending most of their time alone today for the almost the full 115 kilometers, certainly for 100 kilometers, private client holdings. And just watching here some of the tactics developing, and just watching Mariska Strauss really putting a maximum effort and trying to distance the 91 Songo Specialized. 91 Songo Specialized having none of it, keeping themselves in contention, and Sophia Villafana really was putting in some big turns at the front, and managing to even put a little bit of distance between them and the South African team. Gaps developing at the back, but of course Mariska Strauss and Candice Lill just closing those gaps up to keep in contention for the stage. But again, just maximum power and maximum pressure by the Argentinian rider, who is proving to be a fantastic partner for Hayley Batten. Just keeping the pressure on. They know tactically exactly what they have to do. They learned their lesson from the previous stage where they were in a sprint finish scenario with Lill and Strauss. That positioning is everything, and also just keeping that power to a max, and just making sure they're showing them who's boss at this stage. And back together again, a little bit of a neutralization and a little bit of cat and mouse. They weren't too worried about the chasing team. They were really focused on the stage when general classification seemed to be more or less wrapped up. This was the decisive moment of the stage. It wasn't in the positioning, it wasn't for a sprint finish, but Sophia Villafana putting in a huge effort on that little kicker, the kicker we've all been looking at, and taking it all the way to the end. Hayley Batten taking over a turn at the front and guiding the fantastic team, the team 91 Songo Specialized, for another stage victory, their second stage victory at the race, and cementing their position on overall. And a great ride from the all South African team, Candice Lill and Mariska Strauss, team Faces Roller.
Yeah, this team just every single day riding very consistently, and they said today they were really looking forward to that final downhill, because I think they've been scouting it a little bit, so they knew what they were up for. In third place we saw Private Client Holding, also a team that's really coming toward the end of this race into form. They're just riding steady and strongly every single day.
So celebrations for them, a third place for the third day in a row, and they are riding absolutely brilliantly. So with 2 days to race, this is how the general classification looks in the CM.com women's race. Lill and Strauss now in second by 15 minutes and 49. They were in third by 15:44, so that gap hasn't changed to Batten and Gomez Villafan, but what has changed at Ferrand Prévot and De Groot now down in third place today, at least the third place on GC, 26 minutes down, and 20 minutes behind them Luthi and Wakefield, Rabi and Preen in fifth place, 58 minutes and 16 seconds down.
We'll take a look at that fifth spot, Rabi and Hayley Preen. They really are gaining time. They gained almost 11 minutes on the fourth place riders on general classification, Simtech ZA.
The men's classification, general classification after today's stage, with Seewald and Stosek again just defending and riding a very sensible, clever race for Canyon Northwave MTB. They have a 6 minute and 54 second lead over Beers and Blevins. Egger and Baum now in third place. A switch in positions there for the Germans, who slipped down, but ever so tight. 6 seconds between those teams tomorrow. It's going to be all in. You can bet that. Becking and Diaz lost a lot of time today. 20 minutes and 44 down. Uber and Schneller up to fifth place to Dutoy and Hubert. Well, they vaulted up from 9th to 6th place by winning the stage today in the Absa African jerseys. And Schurter and Forster, well, they've slipped down one position, but a lot of time leaked today by the world champions Schurter and Forster off Scottstram, 46 minutes down.
And a fantastic performance from Dutoy and Jubera, moving up 3 spots. They were 9th at the start of the race today, and they moved up to 6th spot. And like we said, the losers of the day are Becking and Diaz, really very much out of contention. And we were looking at the top 4 teams to contend the lead. but it looks like it's now down to 3 teams, with Becky and Diaz over 13 minutes down. And momentum is not in their favor. They didn't look so good today. Struggling. We'll find out more about from the team exactly what happened to their day today and why they lost so much time. But it's certainly all to play for the top 3 steps of the podium, and it's still not completely decided yet.
Absolutely not. Tomorrow is a very technical day, so it'll be interesting to see how they all deal with that. So in the NTT Masters, Platt and Sauser once again won the stage today, and the Fit to Bike Natural Berry team in second place. This is general classification. Craig Uriah and Andrew Divinage, the defending champions in this category for Restonic, they were second today, so they've closed the gap to Fit to Bike Natural Berry. Very, very tight racing expected there, with just over 2 minutes between second and third place in the NTT Masters, going into the penultimate stage around Stellenbosch tomorrow. The Grand Masters got another dominant ride by Brenchens and Azevedo. They lead by an hour and 46 minutes over Lurie and Nielsen, with Schneider and Welty in third place again. Tight for second and third in the Grand Masters category. So this is a look at stage number 6, and it is one for the mountain bike purists tomorrow, if you like. They head up and over Botmaskop and down into the Bannock Valley. One of the many descents down will take them deep into Bannock Valley, onto the Knickknacks climb, down some wonderful trails at Old Bethlehem Farm, not what they rode today. They'll go across at Carmore and ride through Ida's Valley trails for the first time. Beautiful new trails there, up Botmaskop via a different climb, and then into Jonkershoek. It's going to be a real test this tomorrow, Danica.
Well, look at that profile, and it'll pop up a few seconds that it looks like a row of teeth of a shark. And just look at the amount of climbing. It's 2,700 meters of climbing in only 76 kilometers. So really, if you're a mountain biker, you might be licking your lips at this point. But if you've done 6 days already, and if you've done five stages and a prologue, it might not look quite so appetizing.
Especially because there won't be a lot of rest on tomorrow's stage. It'll be either very steep up or downhill where you need to focus. So tomorrow will be tough, even though it will for sure bring a lot of smiles on the faces of the riders, just because it'll be very enjoyable with all the trails.
So many trails tomorrow.
And a vast contrast from today, when we had a smooth section of tar, a transition day, and some open roads. It'll be very much an up and down day, and still all to play for. The top 3 men's teams are they're well within touch of each other, and we look forward to see how Speed Company Racing animate the day. It's pretty sure that we've seen it over the last week. Speed Company Racing have animated the stage, and we're also looking forward to the battle is developing in the women's category. Looks a little bit more sewn up, a dominant team, but still, anything can happen with 2 days to go at the Absa Cape Epic.
So remember, we will bring you that drama from the stage 6 of the 2022 Absa Cape Epic from 8:30 South African time through to midday. It'll be fascinating racing all the way around and beautiful scenery. You know where to find it, right here where you've been watching today, and it'll be again a day to savor on the 18th edition of the race that measures all, the Absa Cape Epic. Today we saw a South African win on stage 5 of the Absa Cape Epic in Buko Taipdev, riding themselves into a bit of Absa Cape Epic history by winning today's stage 5, and 91 Songo Specialized consolidating their hold on the race lead in the CM.com women's race. If you've enjoyed all that from afar, why not become part of it by joining us in 2023 for year 19 of the Absa Cape Epic? Enter on Monday. The entries disappear very, very quickly, so make sure you get that entry in on Monday, and then you can start focusing on being with us on the bike in 2023. It's certainly the place to be. If you're a mountain biker, you have to have ridden the Absa Cape Epic at some stage in your career. Hope you've enjoyed today's coverage. Join us tomorrow. From us all, goodbye.